They're requesting communication, sir.
Let them eat static.
Why is it that, like, a girl with, like, teddy bear hair like this, everyone automatically thinks it's Ariana Grande? It probably was. God bless AI. AI has, like, given me a new lease on thumbnails. Could be pretty much anything I want to. Whereas before, I used to have to go look for it. To go look for that. Hey, welcome to the Irrational Male live from Las Vegas, Nevada. Southern Command Center. I am in my personal studio today. There's a reason for that. I'll explain to you in a little while. But first, this was too good to pass up. Hat tip to Flamer. Thank you for that. I'm almost tempted to make that the new outro.
Can't be excited. I can't meet a girl. And she's like, I'm your soulmate. I'm like, you're what's left. You know what I mean? Where were you? What took you so long? I'm 39. Like, why are you late? Like, why is my soulmate used? I got a used-ass soulmate? Just showing up limping with kids? What the is this? I want a fresh-ass soulmate. I got a used-ass soulmate? Divorced with kids? That's like going to a restaurant and ordering a steak and the server bringing it over and it's half-eaten, well done. You'd be like, yo, what's up with this steak? You'd be like, oh, my bad, man. Somebody else thought they wanted it. And then you showed up half dead and we're like, we'll just give him this. What's this steak called? They're like, that's our step steak. I was like, all right, delicious. Comes with a couple potatoes. They're autistic.
A guy can do.
I'm not really into nice guys because I like boys, so I can't really think of anything nice that they can do.
My lucky day, hell yeah. I'm just joking. All right, and what's the worst thing a guy can do?
I guess be nice.
Be nice.
Because sometimes if you're too nice, it gives like, it's like the ick.
Really?
You know? Because it's like, why are you so nice?
Do you like when guys like degrade you type shit? Is that what you like?
Not degrade me, but like, you know. Because I feel like if a guy is nice, that means he gets no girls, and that's like a turn off, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Yeah. But then I'm on social media like, I want a guy that gets no bitches, but like, that's just not true, so.
Okay.
During the fight, he almost gets knocked out, I was thinking.
The champ is here!
Yeah.
So people are unmarried women.
No, there's a legitimate statistic that when men and women get married, the men
get more successful.
Their quality of life goes significantly up and ours goes significantly down. Like, and that's just science because they are now moving into a home where like everything's clean, everything's aesthetic. Like there's a refrigerator with like more than just ketchup. And so like their minds are blown. Where like we get in that situation and we're like, towels don't go over the door.
I do have to say, because I can't be fake, maybe it's like my form of feminism. I've decided that I'm going to take on the male qualities of like, I don't cook. I put the towel on the door. I take my clothes.
You put the towel on the door?
I mean, it's lucky if it gets to the door.
Yeah.
It's on the floor.
Right.
I take my clothes off wherever I'm standing and I leave it. I eat food and I leave it. It's like this empowering thing that I do where it's like, it's not my job.
No.
Because guess what? Mama's working.
These bitches just need to go to a Lamb of God concert. That's all I'm gonna say.
Do not have a prenup. We got married 20 years ago. I wasn't looking to get married. He asked me to marry him. When he came to me and said, I want a prenup, I was like, then I'm not your girl, dude. I've never been married. I didn't even want to be married. If I say I'm going to marry you, I'm all in. Like, there's no quitting. There's no outs. Like, you're either in or you're out. I've been the supporter of Grant. He's built everything. He's earned all of the money. But where's my value in that? I gave him something he could never get without me. He could not have those two girls without me. I made a distraction-free environment so that he could go and make decisions and not worry about his wife and kids. I brought in people that he's collaborated and made millions with. They built it. I facilitated a meeting. How do you quantify that? I wouldn't say, oh, I'm going to go do all of this and help build this, and then you're going to cut me out if we never make it. Hell no. But that won't happen because we're in it to win it. I do not have a prenup.
Ever notice that the people who are against prenups are also the same people who are against, getting DNA tests for their kids?
With AI is to help create more healthy and equitable relationships. And that also starts with yourself. How can we actually teach you how to date? How can we help you show up in a better way? I'll give you an example. Okay, so for example, you could, in the near future, be talking to your AI dating concierge, and you could share your insecurities. I just came out of a breakup. I have commitment issues. And it could help you train yourself into a better way of thinking about yourself, and then it could give you productive tips for communicating with other people. If you want to get really out there, there is a world where your dating concierge could go and date for you with other dating concierge. No, truly. And then you don't have to talk to 600 people. It will go scan all of San Francisco for you and say, these are the 3 people you really ought to meet.
what happens if there's no people you should really automate?
Studying human mating behavior, and your boyfriend probably isn't as hot as you think. A clever study had 362 people in relationships rate themselves and rate their partner, and what they found is that people, on average, rated their partner as more attractive than themselves, which is kind of funny because while it's true that any individual in that data set could be dating someone who's actually hotter than them, it's impossible for most people in relationships to be dating someone hotter than themselves. Because for every one who is the hotter one in a pair of two, there has to be another person who is the less hot one. So this result suggests that people are generally wrong about how attractive their partner is. Right? You probably think your romantic partner is more attractive than they are. Why? Well, sometimes in nature, being factually wrong is strategically right. Thinking your partner is hotter than they are might make you more likely to put in the effort necessary to maintain the pair bond. And the minds of animals like ourselves,
so let's just sum it up with ignorance is bliss, right?
Tend to be wrong in ways that keep us safe. Classic example, thinking a stick is a snake is kind of embarrassing. Thinking a snake is a stick could be an unmitigated disaster. Similarly, thinking your partner is hot when they're not might make you
not sure that metaphor means what you think it means, but let's go.
More perceptive of potential threats to the relationship, right? Potential rivals, potential mate poachers. Whereas if you think your partner is not when they're hot, you might not even consider that, say, their opposite sex friend actually is a suitor. So it's feasible that overrating your partner is strategically beneficial, or it may just be another way to cope with life's mediocrity. Either way, it's probably a good thing.
I feel like I just took a bath in battery acid.
I got a new beauty blender in today. It looks like this. It's marketed as a silicone puff makeup applicator. From the other reviews, they say you're supposed to just like smack it on your face. Why is that kind of slay? Honestly, like, why is it kind of like working really well? And apparently these are supposed to be super cleanly because you can continuously clean them and reuse them. Like, you don't have to keep buying a bunch of puffs that contain bacteria and like hold on to all of that. I mean, it looks a little strange. It kind of looks like a never mind, but she's working well. So you know what, if the payout is worth it looking a little odd, I don't necessarily care. I mean, it's really saying no streaks at all. Super pale right now too. I promise this is my normal color, but I have self tanner on, so that's why my neck is so much darker than the foundation. But like, she covered everything very well. Again, weird, looks like a little arrow or like, you know, a dolphin or something, but she worked pretty decently. So I honestly think I would use this again. I'm not even gonna lie. Have you guys tried one of these? What are your thoughts?
Well, what are your thoughts? Oh my God. Sorry, I had to do that. I had to see that, so now you have to see that, okay? Oh, how are we doing? Yes, I'm I'm at my home studio today. There's a reason for that. We are actually moving pretty soon anyways. We're in the process of moving from the apartment that we're in J Apartments to a new one, which is a much larger one. We have Miguel and Charlie just signed on the papers. It was actually after, it was when I did Monday's show with them. We did a crypto show, as you are probably already aware of. And that's a penis. Thank you for letting. Well, you know what? That deserves to go up. Yeah, thanks, man. We got it. Thanks for helping us out. Thanks for helping us out, man. Just say so everyone's clear. That was a penis. This is kind of looks like a dick. Okay. So we have signed on the actually this will probably be the new Red One Studios for quite some time. Charlie and Miguel put the money down and they put we got the deposit on it, and I don't know when we're actually supposed to be moving. The reason I didn't do it today, I didn't go down to the old studio today, is because I don't know what state of disrepair the old studio's in, and on top of that, I am going to be going to Miami on Tuesday. So I'll be flying out to Miami on Tuesday. I'll be in Miami on Tuesday night, and I'll be there Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then fly back Sunday. I will tell you this, one of the benefits of actually having moved all the way here to beautiful Las Vegas And yes, I have the new Rode board here, so that's why you get the sound drops. So at least in this studio, you get the sound drops. That will be probably number one priority when we get things going at the new Red One digs. I should show you some pictures of this. Well, actually, I'll wait until we get it. It's a little bit more built up. The actual apartment is a 2-bedroom apartment. It's got a huge living room, which we're going to turn into podcast space. Very much like it's at least as big as the Fresh and Fit studio. Maybe a touch bigger. We definitely have 2 rooms that are going to be, one's probably going to be the control room, and then the other one will end up being either a green room, or we're considering putting in a sort of a more private studio, I guess. I don't know. Like, I was thinking, this is just me spitballing here, but I was thinking maybe we get like a nice couch in there, get some nice lighting and stuff, so we can do like a one-on-one, and it's a little more casual setting instead of like sit down at the table like it's Jon Stewart show or something. It's interesting to see, like, a lot of the podcasts that I watch anyways they all follow the same theme or the same template, I think. And it's really, it's a little shaky. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It's because it's brushing up against the desk right there. I'm trying to stay away from my desk here right now because it's actually bumping up against it. I might have to fix it here in a second. But yeah, I am aware of it. Thanks. The mic sounds much better. Thanks. Good. Yeah. Well, here's the other thing is that this mic is the only mic that's going into this board right here. So hang on one second. Let me see if I can. Maybe that's a little better. I don't. Okay, good. Thanks for that. Yeah, it was. I have I've got a desk in here. This desk that I'm on right now is. This is really kind of like flying by the seat of my pants studio here. I just had to throw this together. But I have one of those desks that raises up and down and everything, and so I was kind of pushing against that. So, anyways, you got Dramamine. Thanks. Yeah, you know what? I get motion sickness for shit like that, so that's why I have to. It bugs me. Yeah, yeah. I cut all. This is like, by the way, cutting my sleeves off. It's only certain ones, but off my concert t-shirts. That's a holdover from like when I was in high school. So, anyways, am I gay? Really? You think so? There you go. There you go, Trisner. There's the attention you were looking for. So we are moving into the new studio. Like I said, it's pretty big, but I kind of wanted to do at least one of the other bedrooms that are there. I wanted to turn it into something a little more casual, because if you look at a lot of these shows right now, especially and I guess like sort of like the panel shows, I don't even know what else to oh, not me. Thanks. All right, bro. There you go. But they're all following kind of like the same format where of course, got to get the girls around the table. If you look at like whatever podcasts, even if you look at even really Pearl's old show, when she actually had a show, was, really kind of like this gallery or this, it was like bleachers or something almost. And I'm trying to get away from that look. I like obviously if you're going to have a panel show with a bunch of girls on there, you definitely have to, accommodate them. I want to make sure I want to do this right from the beginning. So we're looking at getting a much nicer, much larger table that we can put logos on, and we're probably going to have better seats, because I will tell you right now, the seats at like Sticky Paws, I love the guys at Sticky Paws, got nothing but good things to say, but those seats, man, make by the time we get to the second hour, I'm like getting blood clots. Something's not right. It starts cutting off my circulation when I'm sitting in those chairs. And I think probably the girls will probably say the same thing. So I'm gonna get some chairs that are a little bit more. Don't worry, George Lafrode. I will answer questions. You may ask a question whenever you'd like. So I think we're going to probably do something with that room that's a little more casual. I want to be able to just sort of have like a one-on-one kind of thing. I know, like, every now and then I see like even Chris Williamson is trying something cinematically. I think that's what he's trying to do. And it still comes across as like, a job interview. I don't want it to be a job interview. I want it to be something that's like a little bit more casual, like a conversational kind of thing. And so I don't want people to be taking notes or anything. It's just going to be like two guys like talking. And the beauty of being at Jade Apartments also, which is where Red One Studios is, is now we also have access to the pool. We have access to the commons areas and the rooms. The great thing about Jade is it is almost like I hate, for lack of a better term, it's kind of like WeWork. It's like a shared workspace, but it's also like where people live too. There's a really great gym there in the apartments, and there's also I don't know, like a meeting area, which I've looked at before, and I was thinking, man, it'd be great to really do some kind of like interview or some kind of like talk down there. So there's a lot of potential where we're going right now. And on top of that, the new studio has a wraparound deck. And the deck faces, let's see, Trump Towers, Wynn, the Ferris wheel, and I'm trying to think what else is on that side. But at nighttime, that's going to be really great. So there's going to be a lot of, it's definitely going to be the new hangout this summer. So something to keep in mind. That's why I'm here. And also, I will be doing a pre-record show for next week, just so you guys know, because I'm flying back on Sunday, a week from today, from Miami. So I will not be able to be with you live, but I am going to give you some content via a premiere. So don't think that next week's show is going to be live. Just a heads up for that. So let's see. George, you can ask a question whenever you'd like, my friend. It's better if you give me a super chat so I actually see it and I can highlight it like this. Hi, Rollo, sent you a mail with regard to jealousy in March. Did you get a chance to read it? Or maybe my mail was stupid. No, I don't. I read every single one. Whether or not I can like actually respond to you is a different story. I can talk about jealousy if you'd like, just briefly. I kind of want to get into like today's topic is actually relationship myths, but I guess that's sort of in the same vein. As far as jealousy is concerned, I've mentioned this. I have tried to mention this on a few occasions on Access Vegas. The problem with like me getting into like really kind of cerebral topics on Access Vegas is sometimes the girls are really interested in it, but like I hate to feel like I'm monologuing and like hogging up all the time. Whereas here I can go in and I can elaborate a little bit more. But what I've said in the past and what I've written about in the past when it comes to jealousy is there's two different kinds of jealousy. There's the male form of jealousy and there's a female form of jealousy. And you have to make a distinction between jealousy and envy. Okay, so what is envy? Envy, this is the way I categorize it. I'm sure there's a distinction in the definitions here as well, but envy is a want or coveting something that you don't have, right? Jealousy is guarding something that you already do have or you think you already have. So when people say, oh, you're jealous of my car. No, you're not jealous. You're envious of that car. You wish you had that car, right? So envy is like the green monster, right? Envy is for things that you don't have, whereas jealousy is for things and guarding things and suspecting things, you know, as far as, you know, regards to men and women, of things that you do have. So jealousy, by the way, is not just limited to like interpersonal like relationships. You can be jealous of something like somebody taking something of yours or jealousy, like, and maybe they legally did it. So there's a fine line between jealousy when it comes to like being jealous and being suspicious of like, say, infidelity. That's definitely a form of jealousy. And that's really, I think, what you're getting at. So envy is something entirely different. I think there needs to be a distinction between those two. George, I starred your question. I'll get to you in just a second. So when we talk about jealousy with respect to men, jealousy for men is a form of mate guarding. And really for women, it's a form of mate guarding too, but they're approaching that jealousy or they're feeling that feeling of jealousy due to different, like, say, prompts or stimulus, right? So for guys, jealousy is generally you're jealous of the chick that like left you to go get with the other guy, or you're jealous or you're suspicious, let's just say, and we need to mate guard as a result of being suspicious about the fidelity of your wife or your girlfriend or whatever, your woman, right? Women, same thing. Women tend to feel jealousy when like I've seen studies by Marty Hazelton, and I want to say, like, I probably dig it up. I know I have it in my bookmarks on Twitter, but there have been studies of women when they are in their ovulatory phase, when they're in their proliferative phase. Thank you very much. I have to be clear about that now because I was talking about menstrual cycles and how they affect ovulatory shift on Access Vegas. And I put up a post, or I put up I think a very brief, like maybe a minute and a half, if that, short. And of course, women just go, oh, he doesn't know anything about menstrual cycles and da, 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 da. I'm like, Jesus. So let me be a little bit more clear here. The proliferative phase is the phase that's right around, if it's a 28-day cycle, it usually happens right around day 10 to day 12. Sometimes it could stretch out to day 14, depends on the woman. But usually it's when the egg is dropping or it's about to drop. It's when women are at their most fertile. Well, women can smell that on other women. And I don't mean that literally. I mean, maybe, but certainly figuratively. When women see sexual ornamentation, when their voice drops and you get that kind of husky voice, there's been plenty of studies on it. You know, I'll tell you, it's funny is like when you get into like the physical studies and the physical experimentation that Dr. Marty Hazelton did, like going on like 30 years ago, no one ever has a problem with trying to replicate, you know, sexy voice dynamic or whatever. No one has. They only have a problem with like defining what's a masculine face, what's a chiseled jawline, and what's more masculine features as opposed to what's more feminine features. That's where like those are the hairs that get split. So we can't replicate it, so I guess it's not true. Well, there's dozens of other like, you know, experiments. There's dozens of other factors and aspects that go along with ovulatory shift. That's apparently nobody wants to focus on those. Nobody has said anything about like sexual ornamentation. No one wants to talk about hoop earrings. No one wants to talk about the red dress, right? And so when women understand that other women are sort of in that phase, that's when they start to mate guard, and that's when they feel feelings of jealousy. Okay. So oh, is this it? Okay, I'm sorry. I'll get to you here in a second, George. I got you. Did I not answer that already? I thought I had answered your question already. Dude, I will get to you. Don't worry. Trust me. I've got you started. You're coming up next. It would help if you even at $1.99 super chat would at least highlight that for me. Thanks. So when it comes to jealousy, men tend to feel jealousy because they're mate guarding, women too, but they're mate guarding from poachers, from other women taking their man or wanting to like in some way like sort of lock that guy down. So for women, jealousy becomes more about like competition anxiety. Whereas for men, it's making sure that the babies are his. So when men feel jealousy, it's usually rooted and it stems from mate guarding, a mate guarding instinct, but also that mate guarding instinct is rooted in wanting to ascertain paternity, making sure that the baby that comes out of that woman is my baby. Because even though, and yes, I know we still have DNA tests, even though we're not allowed to actually have DNA tests, although maybe someday, for men to figure out whether the kid is his kids or it's not his kids, that's something that's sort of rooted in the male psyche. So when men get jealous or they get suspicious or they think, you know, hey, Rollo, I think my girlfriend is cheating on me. Should I snoop through her phone? That impetus, that want to do that, to spy on her, keep some sort of surveillance, put a air tag on her car to see where she goes, you know, that kind of stuff, to make sure that she's not cheating on you. That feeling of like the suspiciousness, first off, that's your instincts, and that's time for a gut check, first of all. But second of all, the reason you're feeling that way is because you essentially want to ensure that the woman that you're with, should there be any offspring, assuming there isn't already, that are coming out of that woman are your kids. And we never fucking talk about that. We never get into that. And I think what's funny is like, we'll talk about like, oh, well, jealousy is so unbecoming and it's so juvenile and it means you're insecure. No, it doesn't mean you're insecure whatsoever. It means you have a functioning fucking brain and your I don't know, hypothalamus or wherever it's stemming from, right? Wherever that feeling of jealousy is stemming from. There's a reason why men get jealous, and there was a evolutionary benefit for guys to get jealous. Guys who got jealous actually outbred the guys who didn't get jealous. You are the result of 200,000 years of evolution of guys who got jealous and guarded their mates. That's why you still feel it today in 2024. And there's nothing fucking insecure about it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's only wrong when it gets out of control, when it gets unrealistic, when it's like way over the top. But there's a reason why you feel jealousy as a guy. And it's usually because there are things on your peripheral awareness that are inconsistent, and it is your subconscious that is trying to alert you, saying, hey, something's going on over here. I need pay attention. And that's when you get those feelings like, oh, I think she's cheating on me, and I think maybe I want to snoop through her phone, whatever else. Now, there's reasons why you shouldn't do that, and there's reasons why you probably could and should do that. But the function of jealousy is an evolutionary function. So anybody telling you jealousy means you're insecure and you're just an insecure man. No, it doesn't. It means you're everything's firing on all 8 cylinders. That's what it means. So, and ladies, when you feel jealousy, it's usually because you're trying to ensure your meal ticket. You're ensuring your long-term security. So when there's infidelity, and I'm just putting it in those terms, jealousy can exist for other things than infidelity, but that's what we tend to like focus on. But when we talk about jealousy, it's usually because there's suspicion, there's suspicious minds, right? But so when women cheat, when they fuck other guys, right? The men are, what's their first priority is, did you like it? Did you get off? Did you have a bigger dick than I did? Where'd you do it? Did you do it in the bed? Did you do it in the shower? Did you do it in the kitchen? Did you do it like, where did it happen? Did he blow his load on your face, or did he come inside you? Right. Though, I mean, the details, like the visceral details. And the reason why guys get into that and they they torture themselves with those visions is because they want to know that if this woman's, uterus is filled with a baby, they want to know that baby's not mine. That baby is mine, whatever it is. You want to know why guys lose their shit when they discover that they've been cuckolded for most of their lives? That's why. That's why. You want to know why there's such hesitation to tell fathers who aren't actually the biological fathers that the wife actually cheated on them 13, 20 some odd years ago, when they finally discover through DNA testing that the kids that have some sort of genetic disease or something like that, and he turns out he doesn't have it, it's because he's not actually the dad, right? And they're, in most states, at least in the United States anyways, they're required by law not to tell the biological father that those kids, because they're afraid. I mean, it goes back to the Duluth model of feminism, right? They're afraid that the guy's going to lose his shit, and he's either going to kill him or kill the wife or the mother of someone else's kids, or himself, or they're too scared that something violent, something hostile could happen, and so therefore they don't say that, and they leave it up to the mother to be the one to confess it, right? So, or maybe it's the kids that actually tell dad, mom wasn't always as faithful as you thought she was, right? And somebody sent me a story not too long ago, and it was about this 96-year-old dude, and his wife was like 94. And he ended up divorcing her for him because she admitted that she cheated on him like something like 60 years ago. He's like, fuck it, I'm out. 96 years. I mean, how many more years does the guy have, right? But the dude was like, fuck it, I'm out. You that's adultery, right? So it was interesting that even like at that late in the game, like you would think, oh man, that was so long ago, who cares, right? And I think that you'll see a lot of women will try to tell men that because they're jealous, that they're insecure, or it's toxic masculinity. Like jealousy is like a form of toxic masculinity. Like, no, women feel jealousy too. We don't say, oh, you're insecure. No, we call a woman who's jealous being prudent. We say she's like protecting her investment. Right? The first thing a woman says when a guy cheats on is she asks, are you in love with her? Because she's worried that she's going to lose out on her investment. There's ROI involved in a marriage or a relationship where certainly where there's kids involved, or the potential for kids are involved. So when a woman gets jealous, it's usually because she's jealous of a woman coming in, another woman coming in and sort of like swooping in on her investment in this guy. So when I talk about I've said this before a couple of times, is one of the things I'm going to quote Rich Cooper here, right? And he's right about this, but I'm only halfway on board with this. I think it's just not incomplete. I don't think he's wrong. But when he says, women don't care about men's struggles, correct. They wait at the finish line and they fuck the winners. Also correct, but there are too many. There are not enough winners for women who are waiting at the finish line. So women at some point in their life, usually when they're in their 20s or when they're earlier on, it's really sort of this cost versus benefit proposition for them. So they got to find a guy with prospects. They got to find a guy who's going to be a winner, or it looks like he's a good bet, right? This is going to be a winning horse at some point. And the problem is what they're betting their sexual capital, and they're betting their agency. And so what they do is they say, okay, I'm going to be a ride or die girl with this guy. He looks like he's going to be Grant Cardone, right? He's going to be Gary V. Gary Vee is a great illustration of this, because Gary Vee like got with his wife when he was like in his 20s, and she was like more or less ride or die, right? Then suddenly he becomes like super successful. He becomes a winner, right? He passes the checkered flag, and boy, but he's already attached to his, well, now ex-wife, right? And the worst fear that women have, the existential fear that women have, is investing in a guy who actually is a winner, who just dumps them off at the finish line and picks up the cheerleader and continues on down the road, right? So all of the investment and all of the sexual capital that she invested in that guy that she can never go back and get, because you're only going to be 23 once, dear. And so now you're 33, or maybe you're 43, and he takes up with his hot secretary, or his quote unquote trophy bride or trophy wife. And all of that investment is down the drain. If you want to know why alimony and divorce exist, it's because of that fear. Well, today anyways, it's because of that risk of loss of investment. It's sunk cost is what it ends up being, or was opportunity cost. Because instead of investing herself in Gary Vee, she could have spread it out. She could have said, okay, I'm not, maybe he clearly had potential, but maybe there's other guys who also have potential who would have stuck it out with her as well. But Gary Vee is Gary Vee, right? I don't know if you guys have seen his current girlfriend, but she's a piece of ass. And like, there's no way on planet Earth a guy that looks like Gary Vee has access to top shelf pussy like that, unless he's a winner, unless he passes the finish line, right? And guess what? His new girlfriend, I know, I think she was his personal assistant or something like that, but the new girlfriend is exactly what Rich Cooper says. It's the woman waiting at the finish line, and she don't give two flying fucks about the chick that's in the car with them at the same time. She's waiting to fuck the winner at the finish line. And so when women have to invest their sexual energy and their sexual capital in a guy who has prospects or has potential, that's always something that's why women like don't want to get married. That's why they will always say, make sure you go to college, get your bag, girl, have some insurance. You want to know why like a very expensive wedding ring it's an insurance policy, man. It's like, oh, I can just hawk this and at least I'll be okay for a little while. Literally that's what it's come down to. It's taken the place of a dowry from the old days, but essentially, what is it? Well, it's if this guy fucks up, if this guy falls off, if this guy dies, well, at least you got a diamond ring, and then you'll be okay enough to sort of get yourself back on your feet. Right? So really, women marry a lifestyle. They don't marry a dude. And when that lifestyle is a potential lifestyle in the future, and then the guy falls off after he becomes successful and she's not around anymore, that's the worst fear that women have. And so that's why jealousy for women is rooted in feelings. That's why women will say, oh, he was having an emotional affair. They never fucked. They're having an emotional affair. That's very, like, no guy says, oh, my wife and this other dude was having an emotional affair. The guys don't think that. Like, are you fucking your personal trainer? Well, then I'm going to have to take act. Then I'm going to get jealous. Then something's going to happen, right? But men didn't come up with the concept of, oh, an emotional infidelity. No, women came up with emotional infidelity because that's what's important to them. Because if the guy's not locked in, if he's not in love, if he's not emotionally invested in that woman, then when her sexual capital declines and his sexual capital increases later in life, because that's would you like me to show you the graph again? I'll be happy to show it to you. Here we go. So when women get to the about the 30-year mark, well, now 30-year, I would have made that later actually now, but like, the average age of first marriage for the United States. And by the way, it's way later for a lot of people in Europe and Eastern Europe. Right around 30 for women and 31 or 32 for men, right? So men are in their ascent when it comes to the things that make them maximally attractive, or their peak potential, assuming they maximize that potential. Not saying they're all like that. Yes, there are actually losers, right? But women are on their decline right around 30, and men are on their ascent right around 30. So I'm not saying women are all, it's over for you. It's, you're going to hit the wall. That's not what I'm saying. But your descent, your decay has definitely begun. And that's when women start thinking about that. Do you want to know why that's the first average age of first marriage? That's why, because on some level of consciousness, women realize that. So when it comes to jealousy, think about this. I'll show you this right here one more time. So if women between the ages of like say 21, 24, 26, somewhere in there, you don't see too much talk about emotional affairs. Yeah, like women in that age, assuming they're attractive and assuming they're like, maximizing their own potential as well. The conversations about like emotional, they might have got with a guy who's a quote unquote narcissist, because every guy that breaks up with a woman is automatically a narcissist these days, which I find very entertaining whenever we're on Access Vegas, because every girl that ever broke up with a guy, that guy is you're a narcissist. God forbid I ever break up with my wife, because suddenly I'll become a narcissist, right? Actual narcissism, like clinical narcissism, is like exceptionally rare. I think it's like something like 5% or 10% of the population. I don't even know what it is, but it's like, it's not everybody is a fucking narcissist. I know it seems like they should be, but ladies, they're really not. Okay. You fucked up. He fucked up. Move on. All right. That doesn't mean that you're like, you have some sort of clinical problem. And yet another thing, guys don't go, well, we broke up. Why? Well, because she was a narcissist. No, she was cheating on me. I had to break up, right? Or, things were working out. Like the guys don't make up shit like that. We don't have like, what is the, maybe you guys should say, maybe I should ask the chat here. It's like, what do you think is the most common reason guys say that they broke up with their girl? Because every time we ask somebody, even on Fresh and Fit, they'll ask the same thing. And they'll get the same answer. It doesn't matter whether it's Las Vegas or it's in Miami. It's like, oh, he was a narcissist. Is it 3%, John? I think it is. I think it might be. Is it 3%? Something like that. Cluster B personality. Well, cluster B personalities. That's something that's a little bit dicey. One of the downsides of the internet, I think, is that everybody wants to self-prescribe other people, right? There was when I was in college, and it was in just my basic stuff for psychology, Psych 101. Like they introduce you to the DSM, which is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, right? And so what it is it's the diagnosis of certain like personality disorders or psychological disorders and things like that. And one of the first caveats that they always tell you when they're finally introducing you and showing you how you really have to take a class on how to read the DSM. Like there's actually a class about the DSM. And one of the things they tell you in the very beginning is like, okay, you're going to read this, and the first thing you're going to think of is, my mom has, but she's bipolar, or my brother is, he's a Machiavellian sociopath, because he fits all of this description. Like people will automatically, especially when they first start realizing how to define a psychological disorder or personality disorder and those things, they will automatically prescribe it to like somebody that they know. In fact, I had to be very careful of that too, because like when I first became aware of borderline personality disorder, and I was reading all of the symptoms, like the things that it's characterized by, like the disorder's characterized by, first thing I think of is my old BPD girlfriend, right? From when I was in my mid-20s. I'm like, oh my God. And I got chills down my spine, because I feel like I dodged a bullet. And I had to be real careful, because I had to back it up and go, okay, maybe she's not really borderline personality disorder. And then little by little, and more I got into like cluster B and stuff like that, then I began to understand that, yeah, she probably would fit the bill for BPD. Cluster B is what? Borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, and there's one more. I forget the other one. There's another one. There's actually 4. It's a cluster of 4 personality disorders that make cluster B personalities. So, what secrets would you like? Joe Rogan speaks. I know you're not really Joe Rogan. Boy, I wish it was. What's going on? Joe Rogan is, and it's official now, is it's Jim Sexton. He got the invite. He got the call. Yay! Wait, where did it go? Is this? Oh, hey! I have applause now. Yeah, big shout out to Jim Sexton, who, by the way, I thought did an admirable job on Matt Walsh. And it went about as well as I would have expected. I'm happy to say he was not on there with Pearl. Mission accomplished. Thank you very much. But nonetheless, I thought it was a really great conversation. And there's really, like, he basically, like, Matt couldn't respond really with anything significant. And I kind of figured that was the way it was going to go down anyways. But Jim Sexton's been a divorce attorney for 22 years. So what's he going to say? And then he's not against marriage. He's not down on marriage, and neither am I for that matter. But it's like, he still got to be realistic about it. So, yeah, Matt, you're correct. Thanks, Trent Reznor. Yeah, he is, but most definitely. Did he marry a single mom? I don't think so. I know he's adopted some. I know he's got 6 kids, and I think maybe like 4 of them are his. I think. I don't know. I'm just going off of memory. Yeah, James like tabled him in the first like 10 minutes. But this also occurred to me when I was watching Matt Walsh's interview with Jim Sexton, was that he is not that good an interviewer. Like, Matt's only good when he's looking at you and he's delivering the news, right? Like it's the Daily Show with Jon Stewart, right? Except Matt Walsh is like the Mr. Rogers of the Daily Wire. It's like Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, right? I mean, he's got the lumberjack thing going on. Hey, just some guy. Thank you very much, my friend. You know what? I can do this. There you go. Thank you very much for that. Keep on, my man. Yeah. Thank you. Much appreciated. I also got one at what time is it? I got one more announcement here too. But Mike Sartain got demonetized just this week. Actually, it was about a day ago. And let's see, he gave me the screen caps. I guess maybe I shouldn't put them up. Essentially he got demonetized in this, and he just surpassed like 100,000 not too long ago. Hey, there's James. Hey, there you go. James, I need you to tell me whether or not you're going to go to Babes in Toyland on Saturday, because you need to go. In fact, I'm not going to take no for an answer. You have to go, and you got to let me know if you want to be on the fishing trip too. Much appreciated. Always a fan. Always grateful for our friendship. Me too, man. Glad I got to talk about your writing during the interview. Yeah, I wish it would have been the whole clip, but thank you for dropping my name a few times. It was very kind of you.
Say my name.
Yeah, which I think was funny because it's almost like, I don't know if you maybe Jim doesn't remember this, but if you remember, like when Hafiz, every time like somebody brought my name up, it was just like, he would go into like vapor lock every time. And it's almost like I have that same effect on like some of these guys. It's interesting to me because I don't even realize I have that effect on these guys until somebody actually drops my name. But yeah, thank you for that. I'm much appreciated. And hopefully maybe Joe Rogan will actually, be receptive to it at some point. But Jim, he calls it's either way, brother. Let me jump on these real fast and see if I can knock some of these out. Howdy, Rollo. Howdy. Howdy, class. I confess, LOL, I was tired a few days ago and put Tortia's videos on for the background to fall asleep. I still have a very special place in the bottom of my heart for Tortia. I still love her. I still do. She's family. Tori is the only person in the Manosphere, I guess. Yeah, in the Manosphere who's ever met my daughter. So that kind of makes her instantly family. She kind of has to be. If you meet my family, if you meet my wife, or you see like Mike and Kylie are family. Justin Waller and his wife and his girls and everything, they're family now. Sterling Cooper, oddly enough, Sterling Cooper is the only porn star to ever pet my dog Ned. And you know who you are. Miguel for sure. Charlie for sure. Oddly enough, Domo as well, which was strange to me. I was like, I love Domo like a sister now too, but like she's really kind of tightened up with my wife since we moved here. Mart, one of my buddy's wife wants a boob job and says feeding made them sag. Oh, boobs. Okay. I'm worried about his future in the marriage. He's all about it. Do you think this is normal behavior? I don't have a problem with boob jobs. I think a lot of people think that if a woman wants a boob job, especially if she's your wife or your girlfriend or whatever, that it instantly means she's like looking outside the marriage to go fuck someone else. I'll tell you right now from experience, the money I spent on my wife's boob job, best money I ever spent. And it was kind of spendy at the time too, because I didn't make as much as I do now. Well worth the investment. And I'm not even a boobs guy, to be honest with you. I mean, I like nice, shapely boobs, don't get me wrong, but I'm not like, okay, Mike Sartain is definitely a boobs guy. Okay. He'll be the first one to admit to you as well. Like, if you see the kind of girls that he's with, like Kylie, I mean, like, and Kylie's got nice majigums, right? But we're talking like 600 cc's. We're talking like circus tits. And so if you're a boob guy, all right. Like, I honestly, when my wife said she wanted to get a boob job, I was like, okay. And it was after my daughter was born, and I said, okay, fine, let's do it. It wasn't that big a deal to me, and quite honestly, I don't have a problem with any kind of like cosmetic surgery whatsoever. Although I shouldn't say that. I do have a problem with the big ass duck lips. Like, I have no earthly idea why women think that that's attractive. I know it's Kardashian and blah blah blah, whatever. No. At least, I mean, there's a threshold, right? I get it. You're putting, like, isn't Botox like botulism toxins or something like that? I know what it is. Whatever goes in your lips, a collagen, whatever. Like, ladies, back it off. Like, I don't know, 40% maybe. If you're gonna do it at all. I just don't see the appeal. It's not sexy to me. Like, big gigantic, like duck lips. I mean, there's a certain threat. I mean, I understand it to a point, but it's just as far as like boob jobs, I don't have a problem with that. I think a lot of guys get nervous when their wives or their girlfriends want to get a boob job, because essentially they're asking them for the money to have a boob job. If you are single and you get a boob job, ladies, I just look at that as an investment in your future. It's just like guys wanting to, I want to get a fast car. I want to have a nice suit. I want to have there's ways guys invest in themselves and their looks and their appearance as well. Because we see fake tits, we think, oh, it's fake. Oh, I can't believe these girls are plastic and everything. Yeah. Okay. And you still enjoy them. You still watch porn and 90% of the girls in there are not natural. So I don't know. I don't have a problem with it. I think the problem is, I think the problem you're having anyways, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the problem that you're having with it is that you think that the wife is only doing that because she has an exit plan. That may or may not be the case. I don't know. Let's get to these. Nuke said something important during Rule 0. If she leaves you, it's not the end of the world. Might be harder when older, but remains true. Yeah. And I think that's I hate to go all zen on you, but it's almost like a non-attachment kind of thing. Not being attached to things that are going to maybe Cappy's probably the better one to ask about this, but like when he's talking about like minimalism and stuff like that, you'd be surprised like what you don't need. You'll be very surprised. I'll tell you right now, I have a much larger home in Reno that has all my guitar. You've seen my music room. It has all my guitars. I've got my Chrysler 300s up there. I've got my toys. I've got my hobby stuff. I've got a much bigger podcasting studio, obviously at Red One North. I got a huge backyard for the dogs. I got a hot tub. I've got 2 jet skis. I've got my snowmobiles, obviously. I've got a quad. But I'll tell you this, since I moved here, because I'm trying to focus on like work, I'm trying to focus on things that I need to do while I'm here in Las Vegas. And you'll be surprised what you minimally need to just sort of like have a healthy life. Those memes where they show like just a TV and maybe it's a PlayStation and it's just like this, it's not even a bed. It's just like this box spring and a mattress on the floor. And they go, do men really think it's okay to live like this? And the guys are like, yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is. All I need is a place to sleep and just move on so I can do the things that I need to do, because they're not here in this house. They're outside of this house or this apartment, whatever it is. And most guys probably don't need as much shit as they actually have. I know I don't, although I enjoy my things, but I'll tell you this right now, you probably don't need as much shit as you actually think you do. And so with that in mind, we're going to develop personal attachments, especially to women that we are emotionally invested in, obviously. Just because she leaves doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Yeah, well, you're going to get zeroed out one way or the other. But I think the other thing is, I don't think a lot of people really realize, especially guys, not in the moment anyways, realize that sometimes when a woman leaves you, she's doing you the favor because she's showing you who she is. right? And if you guys aren't on the same track, at least she's done you the favor. She's not wasting time, and it's better to pull the Band-Aid off really quickly instead of like, you know, painstakingly ripping the Band-Aid off, right? Which is what most people do. And so it's not the end of the world. And I mean, I am dearly in love with my wife. I would hate to have to, you know, ever, you know, be without her. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we have a shared history of almost 30 years now, at least 28. We have a child together, and so yeah, it would be crushing for sure. But it's not the end of the world. That's funny. It's funny Nuke would say that, because it's almost what I said verbatim to Robert Kiyosaki when he was going through his divorce, which his marriage has lasted a lot longer than mine. And then, you know, literally Kim Kiyosaki is telling Robert Kiyosaki, I don't need you anymore. And essentially showing, this is what I said, she showed you who she really is. I would have preferred she did that earlier than later, because now he's like 76, 77 now. Yeah, it would have been great if she could have done you a benefit by doing it earlier than later. But I'm sure there were probably, like, I would say when he, I think it was like 3 years ago that they got divorced, and she was 64, and I believe he was like 75 at that time. And it's really hard for me to counsel guys like that, because they're realizing that for most of their life, for the better part of their entire life, that they've been blue pill, and they realize, oh my God, you know, I lived my life that could have been if I had only known this shit. And the longer you don't, you know, the longer you're not red pill aware, the harder I think it is to sort of accept. Now, if you have the kind of money that Robert Kiyosaki has, that kind of softens the blow a little bit. But if you don't, if you're the 96-year-old guy who divorces his 94-year-old wife for banging his best friend, you know, when she was 40 or whatever, yeah, that's a hard pill to swallow, especially towards the end of your life. And so, yeah, I understand that. I understand why guys get kind of distraught over that, for sure. Have you heard about the interview Lauren Southern had about her marriage? Yes, I did. And I have tactically, diplomatically bowed out of that entire fucking conversation. And I will be happy to explain to you now why I did that. YouTube would not let me send her name with proper grammar for some reason. Yeah, because YouTube probably has they probably red flag her content. I would guarantee that if they're demonetizing Mike Sartain's content, they probably have an eyeball on her right now. That's another thing is, like, I'm hoping I don't get the hammer doesn't drop on this channel. I really do, because I don't think I've really said anything all that egregious. I don't really, you know, truck and hate speech. I don't repurpose my content, which, by the way, that's why the reason they gave Mike was that he was repurposing content. And he has, I don't know if people know this, but Mike has like 7 different channels. And so, you know, just that, you know, crank out shorts and clips and stuff. And by the way, YouTube, you guys kind of encourage that. You know, if you want to be effective, if you want to build a brand, you kind of have to have more than one channel. I've got 3. I got this one, Access Vegas, which is only dedicated to that one show. And then I've got my clips channel. Those are the 3 channels that I have. And I don't farm out. I don't have affiliates. I don't have anybody like doing my dirty work for me. I'm not Andrew Tate. I don't have a subscription program where people like can license my stuff and repurpose it. That's one of the reasons why that all changed back in August of 2022, is because Andrew Tate figured out how to game the algorithm, and he did it like by their rules. So what do? Change the rules. So yeah, I did see that about Lauren Southern. I will just tell you from my perspective and from what I know, because I have, well, up until about August of last year, I had a very long ongoing conversation with her husband, Aaron McCready. And I think that cat's out of the bag now, so I can actually say his name. And he is not a Fed. He is a government contractor. He's not a glowy. He actually does work in Australia for the United States. Ergo, he's a contractor. Okay. But I think it's interesting that she has to bring this shit up right now, because she's really trying to rebrand herself. She's done this a million times. She has gone and like rebranded herself. Like, she's been doing this. She's really good at it now. All right. She's been doing it since like 2016, 2017. And she, as far as her kid is concerned, I think maybe one of the reasons why she's doing this right now is because the other shoe's about to drop and she will probably lose custody or have to share custody with Aaron at some point. And so therefore she's got to make him look like the villain. So when she loses, that it looks like she's the abused victim once again. And I'll just leave it at that. I know things that at least presuming this is the Aaron McCready that she's talking about, right? Which she never denied it wasn't in her video, her Come to Jesus video in June of last year. It's almost a year ago when she was like wandering around the forests of Manitoba or British Columbia, where the fuck she is, right? And I only talked to Aaron McCready because he wanted to get my advice on who to talk to who was a good custody lawyer in the United States. And I'm like, well, he's in Australia, an American citizen in Australia, contracting there, trying to get custody of his child. And I'll be happy to read you guys those emails again if you want, but to get, at least some sort of custody. Essentially, Lauren basically absconded with the kid to Canada and has been, it's a clear case of parental alienation, at least as far as what I've been told from Aaron. And, I don't know, maybe it's finally coming to its conclusion. And that's why she's got to do this, because she's the kind of woman who will like first of all, she's like psychotic. She's autistic, certainly displays a lot of autistic tendencies. And the fact that she's like throwing out videos like this right now, it tells me that she's probably trying to preset a narrative. So when the shit actually happens, then that's going to be it. And the fact that you see like Michael Knowles like trying to jump to her defense and everything. Okay, Mike, whatever. I think it's easy content for these idiots. So I will say this though is if anybody has any doubt about like her like trying to fuck around with I'm trying to build a new brand, she did wear her wedding ring for about 8 months after she had been divorced because she wanted to keep appearances up so that guys like Michael Knowles would think she's a good God-fearing Christian woman with a wedding ring on and a single mom now. So trust me, women like that know how to play to that narrative. Let's see. I got to you, just some guy. Thank you. Jim Sexton got to you. Rollo, any chance you could do a full 4 to 5 hour podcast on BPD women? I have done full podcasts on BPD. I dated 2 women that fit the bill and need to compare notes with you. I don't know if I would do 4 to 5 hours, but I could certainly do a full hour on BPD. And you'd have to start from a clinical perspective because it is actually a clinical personality disorder. And I think once BPD came to light, I think a lot of people wanted to prescribe BPD to like their like crazy bitch girlfriends, right? The problem with BPD today is like so many women display those characteristics. It's kind of like, do they really have this disorder or are they just regular Western women? Any updates on the new? It's funny you should ask. I have it. It's going in for the first round of approval right now for the second edition of The Rational Male, the very first book. It's not rewritten, but it is. Everything is very edited for syntax, for errors. No more spelling errors. No more teeny tiny type. It's going to be released as a hardback. If it sells well enough, I'm going to release all 5. Well, the remaining 4 in hardback form as a set. I just kind of want to see what the reception is of the first one. I think it'll be good. And I've always wanted to do hardbacks, and now I can finally do it through Amazon. So yes, most definitely. It's definitely in the works. It's going through its first round of approvals right now. Moreno Tranquilo. Is there any other platform that can legitimately challenge YouTube's monopoly and dominance? No, not right now. Rumble is starting to be a real competitor, but they don't have anything. I mean, YouTube is Google. Nobody wants. If you start on YouTube and you do well on YouTube, it doesn't make any sense to go anywhere else. Even though Rumble has that, like Rumble to me, I like the opportunities that Rumble presents, but I don't want to be owned by Rumble. I guess I would like to do their. So I would be happy to work out some sort of contractual arrangement for Access Vegas, but not for The Rational Male. I don't want to be beholden to a really hard, fast contract. I don't want to have to like go do the things that they want me to go do if that's the case. I mean, I don't know. I would have to really give it some serious thought. I mean, Access Vegas, I would definitely want to do a contract there, but I don't know. I didn't work this fucking hard to be someone's employee right now. So, but I will, there's another thing, is Substack is starting to actually be something of, I don't think it's a competition for YouTube, but Substack is really starting to become something. And if you haven't subscribed to my Substack, why not? It's the third link there in the description. It says Substack, the Rational Male Substack. I'm writing there, but I am planning on putting some podcasts on there, and I'm going to be doing some audio podcasts on there as well. So if you don't want, if you're illiterate and you don't want to read, I'll actually read it to you if you want, but you got to subscribe. You got to be a paid subscriber to do that, because I ain't doing it for free. But I'm planning on doing some reads of my more popular essays. I might do some podcasts, because they now have video hosting, and they now have like audio hosting for sure. Substack's actually starting to turn into something. My only fear with Substack is that it ends up sort of losing its soul, because it's really more for an audience who are readers, like people who want to read something and digest it and think about it, and then respond to it and have a conversation about it, which is what I've been about since day one. Like, one of the reasons why I didn't want to leave So Suave, the forum, for so long, is because I just loved having the conversations. Throw out an idea, you get an idea back, and it's this back and forth, right? That's why I didn't do a blog. I didn't even start a blog until 2011. And like, I was late to the game. Roosh had a blog as far back as 2007. And I know Royce I think he began his in like 2006. And so like, I started mine in 2011. I was late to the party. And people kept saying, you need a blog, you need a blog. And I was really hesitant to do that, because I like the conversations I was having with the guys on, because that's how I developed ideas. That's how I developed, essays for the blog. And that's also how I developed essay or chapters for the books. So a lot of the stuff that I relate to you guys today, here 22 years later, really began in 2002 or 2004 on the SoSwap forums. And because we're having these conversations, and that's why this is a pod class. That's why I like to have this back and forth, right? The problem with like going and doing debates, and the problem with going and doing doing discussions, or doing I don't even know what to call it, doing interviews, is it's only you and one other person, if that. Or doing these panel shows, or going on Adam Sosnick. And again, not to take anything away from those guys, I will still, and I enjoy doing those. But as far as like substance, I think being a writer is like my number one priority. And it's interesting, because I'm kind of getting back to that these days, and I understand it a little bit better. Twitter is not the place to have that. A good forum like SoSwap, which by the way is still up, you can still go there if you are so inclined. I don't like Reddit anymore because of what they did to the Red Pill forums. It's not free speech, right? It's too cloistered, I guess. It's too censored there. Substack, they don't give two flying fucks what you say, as long as the people are, because essentially that's just a platform for people who have a subscribership. So they don't worry about like advertisers. It's you and the people who follow you. And that's why I really, really like Substack. And you get paid for it, right? So I like being able to write something and have that engagement, that back and forth in those discussions, because those discussions lead to an idea that might form the basis of another essay, or something that I'm taught, even a principle that I haven't even thought of can stem or can grow from a conversation that I had. I can't have those conversations if I'm on fucking Twitter and people go, fuck you, man. You like, show me your hair. Like that's their whole thing, autistic children on Twitter. Shout out to one of quote unquote male supremacist Big Bad Rollo. Oh, Jesus. I have the DHS, the Diverting Hate report. I was actually going to read some of it to you. Aaron Clary did a really good job on this. And I should say, we've been like, both Aaron Clary and myself have been talking to a few reporters about this as well. I know Bex has talked about the same thing, that have been asking us about the DHS McCain Institute NGO. And by the way, they're not like, most of them are mainstream reporters. They're reporting for I don't know, blog aggregates or whatever. I'm not even sure where they're from, but myself and Aaron Clary have talked to some of these people. Let's see. Note, I have got a good friend to read your book. He's Red Pill. Thank you. Tell your friends, please. Also, if you haven't bought the book, if you haven't read the book, I would expect you guys to be readers. You can get it. It's the very first link in the description below. Women aren't waiting at the finish line. Men are the ones waiting at the finish line these days. Yeah, well, the losers are waiting at the finish line. Waiting around. Rollo, keep up the truth. Oh, wait. There you go. I will. I got to get back to work. On a side note, I'm dying. Where did you get the cover pick girl? Okay. Is it Ariana Grande? I don't know. It's AI art that I came across on Twitter, and I thought it was pretty pertinent for today's topic. So it's AI of some sorts. I forget who was the guy that I picked it up from. And Mark. There you go. Mark Zelinsky. Rollo, love your work. And from the last show with Miguel and Charlie, do you know if the course guides you on what to do with coin buys and when to sell? Yes. Yeah, yes to both. Or is it just the tools, info? We all need to make our own moves. Well, both of those, but that's why they do it quarterly, because they want to tell you like what their forecast is, like what they're putting their money into. So yes, that's the thing. It's like, if you ever like watch these, like I do these probably 4 times a year, right? Every quarter, because they do Cultivate Crypto or Crypto Mindset every quarter. And so obviously they'll go on Fresh and Fit. They just had Troy. They were just doing something with Troy. They go on, because we're all now finally in Las Vegas. We can all do it live together. And I try to make it interesting. Like I don't want it to seem like some big shill for these guys' course, which, I mean, let's face it. I want to get people into that course because I think it's great. And then Miguel's my business partner, and so is Charlie too. And but something I can stand by. It's something I can endorse. It's not like, I don't think it's a fly by night kind of thing. Yeah, they've never rugged anybody. They're the longest running course on crypto. So like, what do you want? Even when shit is bad, they're still doing it. And when shit is good, like it is right now, they're still doing it. And they're probably going to, that was 2. So there's going to be 2 more for this year. And the thing is I don't think people really realize just how hard these guys work, because they have to, it's not a renewable thing. Like they can't just like take their old course from like 2021, quarter 4 and put it back up there, because none of that is relevant anymore. So they always have to keep doing a new one, because shit changes in the crypto market, obviously. So, so they bust their ass. They bust their ass not only in beforehand, but they bust their ass when they're doing their press tours, and they're doing these shows. And then they bust their ass when they're actually in. Like, I probably won't hear from Miguel for like a week. That's why I'm not at Red One right now, because we're in the process of moving from the old studio to the new studio in the midst of them doing Cultivate Crypto. So it's up to me and Kyle right now to kind of go and get the thing. My link, sorry, Sam, my link is, if you want to put that up, you can go pull it from the last show that I did. It's the very last one, a very most recent one in a chain. Although I could just put it in, I suppose, if you want. Where did I put that? If you want to get into Cultivate Crypto, where did he give that to me? I think I've got it. Oh, here it is, right here. All right, if you insist, I'll be happy to put it in the chat. Where'd it go? All right, here you go. Oh, you got it already. Thanks, Sammy. I'll just do it for good measure. There you go. All right. And thank you guys so much for your continued support of the show. Okay, George, I'm going to finally get to your shit here. Okay, my friend, since you waited patiently. I saw you answer on Twitter that having Femdom Fantasies in the bedroom make us non-dominant man. Can you say why that is? Because those are just fantasies. Okay. Well, what do those fantasies do? Are you stroking off to those fantasies? I mean, what's the... God, I can't believe I'm going to say that. What's the byproduct of those fantasies, right? Like why, so you can get off? I think guys probably have an easier time with like sexual fantasies than women do. The only thing about financial dominance, like I should really bring Domo in for this, because Domo The redhead girl she's on our show all the time. She's now a very close personal friend of mine. She's a porn star. She's been in traditional commercial pornography. I don't think she does it now anymore. She only does it rarely. But she's got her own line of lingerie. You want to talk about an entrepreneur? She's actually an entrepreneur. She has much more going for her than just like spreading her legs. But be that as it may, she also has made a lot of money as a Femdom, as financial dominatrix, right? Which is basically, make me write bad checks, like I don't know why that gets off. Like, I don't understand certain fetishes. I'll be the first one to admit that. Like, I don't understand like why guys dig feet. And that's another thing she does, is she does like feet porn, right? No nudity, no, just show off my foot in a fucking like high heel shoe, right? And the last time I talked to her, she said, I just did 15 minutes of like a foot shoot or a foot session or something like that. I'm like, really? What the fuck does that pay? She's at $150 for 15 minutes. Is that like what, $10 a minute? I'm like, that's fucking amazing. Like, she's like, I don't even have to take my clothes off. I was like, holy shit. And yeah, I get that. I do get that, Wayne. Like, it's a humiliation fetish. Ask Jack Murphy. Another thing I don't understand. I mean, I've one of the first conversations, I really need to actually have a one-on-one with Domo sometime, because one of the first conversations I had with Domo was, help me understand like Femdom, because to me, like, I want to keep my mind. Like, I gamble, but I only play craps. And like, you'll also notice that a lot of the guys like Miguel and Charlie, we have a shared interest that the only game we really play in the casinos here or in Reno is craps. We like to roll dice, and we like the tactics, and we like the strategies. And now it's random, you're rolling dice. But there's a lot of people. I don't think people realize that there's a lot of strategies that you can use in craps, right? And like, even when I'm playing craps, it's like, I don't want to play high limit tables, right? I want to have fun. I want to be able to play the game for as long as I probably can. If I walk away with, an extra $300, so much the better, right? But I understand, like, I understand like how people could get addicted to gambling, but I'm not one of those guys, because like, I see it's $20 is $20. But when I see money on the table, I'm like, fuck, but I don't get it. I really don't get financial domination. I don't even get like a lot of fetishes. I don't understand like humiliation fetishes. I don't even feet, there's nothing sexually attractive to me. Like, I do not get aroused by a woman's feet. I do kind of like this, like a really good, like athletic, a good looking woman with like that, like right at the lower back right there when there's that little indentation. Okay, I can understand that. But like, I can't even really understand like big asses, because I'm not a big ass guy, right? I think thigh gap is the ultimate test of a woman of her physique. But lingerie, I get it, totally get it. But I just don't understand a lot of the financial dom stuff. Now, the only thing I would say is like, does that make you an alpha male? I'm like, don't ask me what makes you an alpha. I'm sure there are probably guys who are like MMA fighters who like love to be like humiliated. Like, I think a lot of there's a classic kind of trope that surrounds all this stuff. And it's usually like, well, you have these high powered businessmen, and they're beating people down every day, and they're really have a lot of responsibilities, and they just want a woman who's going to take charge because they're always in charge, and they want to have some sort of reverse. It's very Freudian, right? Because apparently that's like all anybody knows anymore. It's Freud and Jung. Jung and Freud. Like, that's all they know, right? You're projecting. Well, thank you, Dr. Freud, but that hasn't been a thing for quite some time, right? Or we have already sort of like settled that one. Oh, animus, your feminine side and your masculine side. Yeah, that made sense back in 1945, 1950, so wherever that was. But today, I mean, not to say they didn't make contributions, they did. But you know what? Like, psychology, the field of psychology has definitely progressed in the last 100 years. So, just the idea of like, well, they want some sort of reversal, or it's an Oedipus. They want mommy to berate them or suckle them, or like they want to return to the womb and nibble on a tit, right? I don't understand why that would even be a thing. I would also tell you this is that from what I know from the women that I actually do know that do Femdom. By the way, Domo does financial domination, and what the red girl, the red girl from the last show, the black girl, she does Femdom as well. There's a few of them, and I know some of Domo's friends who do something similar, and it's probably the easiest money a woman can make if they understand the psychology behind it. And if I'm going to say whether or not a guy is like more masculine or more feminine as a result of that, and if it's just a fantasy, I'll give you this, that an intelligent guy can separate fantasy from reality. Okay. If I happen to love playing Dungeons and Dragons, I used to get this like when I was a kid, when I was like 16, 17 years old, and it was like the satanic panic of the 80s. And they wanted to say that like, oh, you're going to go, we were getting chick tracks from like evangelical Christians at the D&D class. You want to know, like, if you ever watched Stranger Things and you saw like the Hellfire Club and Eddie Munson, those guys, like this guy, right? And we got it from two angles because we were listening to Slayer and Iron Maiden and Metallica at the same time. We were also playing Dungeons and Dragons. Let me tell you something: the Parents Music Resource Center and like Jimmy Swaggart and the rest of these guys were all up in us. Like that would, for whatever reason, I guess maybe that was the grift back then. But the thing is and I brought this, I've been thinking this really since I was probably about 16, 17, 18 years old. Is like, yeah, I'm a smart, intelligent human being and I can separate fantasy from reality. Okay. Is that still the case today amongst a lot of guys? I don't know. Okay, I think it kind of depends on the individual guy. So at what point does the fantasy become something that you want to like realize? If you're stroking off to, I don't know, is there videos of financial domination and that's what like gets you to rub one out? Not my cup of tea, man, but I mean, maybe that's for somebody else, but I was going to say that there's got to be a point where you're separating the fantasy from the reality. And then I think the other thing is like, really think about guys, like what's the threshold between a guy who does Femdom or a guy who's like into Femdom, financial domination, and a guy who's spending, a small fortune on OnlyFans. Now, maybe it's not the humiliation factor, but the guy's probably invested in his OnlyFans girlfriend because he thinks she actually gives two shits about him, that there's somebody on the opposite side of the screen that actually cares about him. They're looking for connection, and maybe that's something, but you're still spending a shit ton of money. I mean, for most of these guys, what was the chick that's on OnlyFans? She's the one of the top earners, little red something or other. I can't remember her name. And then like her top OnlyFans fan, like dropped $65,000 to like just go hang out with her for a little while. Like that, like does that qualify as Femdom? And is it now like unhealthy? Is it now because that guy's a simp? Like, it seems to me like Femdom is for simps, largely for simps. So I presume that's where it comes from. But you know what? I'll tell you this, George. What I will do is I will see if I can get Domo on a one-on-one at Red One Studios, and I'll be happy to bring that up as a topic. She probably would know better than I would. Obviously, I don't do it, so we'll see. So, because is this where you're at, dude? I mean, yeah, I don't spend any money too. I meant her dominating me in bed. Do you mean just having somebody who's like sexually aggressive? I don't think that there's anything to do. Oh, shit, it's great, man. It's great to have a chick who's really into it. Maybe I took you wrong. I mean, when I'm looking at financial domination, I'm looking at if there's a difference between Femdom and like being dominated. Do you want to be like tied up and put on like the X rack or some shit? Like, I don't know. Well, like you got to like clarify terms here, man. But I don't think there's anything wrong with like enjoying a woman who's like sexually aggressive. Trust me, it's actually pretty pleasurable. But I think that as far as like being dominated as, like made to lick her stiletto heel or some shit like that, I don't know. I don't get it. Most men have fetishes. Like I think that I brought this up on Access Vegas at one point, is that whenever a woman has a fetish for something, it's usually because the guy she was with previous to you, or maybe at some point in time, was into that thing, and then she kind of realized, oh, this is kind of a turn on. But women don't really. I don't think women have fetishes just on their own. I think fetish, like especially sexual fetishes, are really something that guys get off on, like little feet or foot porn or whatever the fuck it is. I honestly, I think that the proclivity, let's just say, for men to fetishize things sexually is because men are we're much more like opportunistic breeders, right? Like women have that attraction floor. Men do not have an attraction floor. So like when I talk about hypergamy, that's really the basis of hypergamy. Like a lot of people will ask me like, well, don't you think men are hypergamous too? No, not at all, because we're talking about it in a sexual reproductive sense, not in a apples and oranges sense. Like all human beings make comparisons, right? Do we want the best of the best? Yes, of course we do. The problem is that a guy who is a 5 would love to fuck a 7. A 6 will do. A 5 will do. A 4 will probably do as well. A 3 might do in a pinch, and no one's ugly after 2 a.m., right? Guys will turn the most successful, let's just say the successful sexual approach that they've had into their preferences, into their fetishes, right? So if guys like, well, I like a woman with a little extra meat on her. Well, yeah, that's because in your past, it was easier to fuck a fat chick than it was to get with a chick who looks like a Fitness America pageant winner, right? It's harder to do. Like there's a barrier to entry, literally, for women who are like good looking and in shape with big tits and you know the standard, you know, centerfold look. And it's easier to go sour grapes than it is to actually say, you know what, I'm gonna have to up my game if I want to go sleep with chicks like that. Or you go with a fat chick, and now you go, I have a fetish for fat chicks. I have a fetish for older women because they're cougars and they're easier to get with. They're easier to fuck because they're motivated buyers. You know, it's easier to fuck a chick who's like, you know, just got divorced. She's in her 40s, and you're a college student at 24 years old. Oh, I have a preference for older women. No, you don't. It's just path of least resistance. You return back to the watering hole that was successful the last time. You know, the animals all cluster around the watering hole in the you know, African savannas. That's you. You're going back to it's the sure thing, right? And again, like if you're a guy and it's easier to fuck, you know, your 40-year-old divorcee or a single mom for that matter. Oh, see, I love single moms. They try harder. Yeah, because they're incentivized to try harder. You don't really think about that, but now you have a preference, right? I like girls with little tiny butts. Okay, well, good. So there's a lot of other guys too. I like girls with big butts, and they're, you know, I don't care if they've got a little extra poundage. Yeah, because that was easier for you to fuck than it. Like, trust me, fucking a fat chick is a whole of a lot easier than fucking a really good looking in shape chick. Just pointing that out. Single thought mommies in the club. Is that what you wanted to hear? I can bring that one out too. Oh, by the way, I was going to say is I dropped the trailer for Kevin Savo's new film that's coming out. I think they're trying to sell it. I think they're trying to like sell rights to it right now, but the film's pretty goddamn good. So I put the trailer on the last show I did with Charlie and Miguel, and it's pretty good. If you haven't seen it, definitely go check it out. You can find the link. I think it's in my last episode with the guys. But really good. I might actually drop that again because it's too damn good. So I think, did I catch up? I did actually catch up. Holy shit. Okay. So today is Mother's Day, and I wanted to throw a few things out here first. I have done Mother's Day shows before. I always do a Father's Day show. I mean, it's easy, I think, to get lost in sort of the outrage bait for Father's Day shows. That's easy. Like, you know, say, well, just look when Father's Day rolls around and you go to your church or whatever, the sermon's almost always about like, guys, you got to do better. Do better, do better, do better. What'd you say? Now You, a Single Mom by Brandon Jamal is another funny song. Okay. Well, I'll look it up. I don't know that one. But doing the Father's Day show is easy. Doing the Mother's Day show is a little bit tougher for me, especially now because my mom's gone. My dad's gone too. So, and if you know anything about how my mom passed away, then you know I always get kind of pissed off at this time of year. But I, you know, I was telling my wife the other day, it's like I really really like being married. I like being married to her. I like having her. It's like she's been a wonderful mother to my daughter. I have every expectation that my daughter will be a good mother as well. So a lot of people, when I talk about marriage or when I talk about like what is a quality woman, right? And I'm against the idea of a quality woman. Like I've said in the past, there's no such thing as a quality woman, but you make a quality woman, right? So there's no such thing as a turnkey relationship for men or women for that matter. And I think a lot of women they expect that turnkey relationship. They expect to like fuck the winners at the that's the whole concept, right? To fuck the winners at the finish line. The turnkey idea, like you just walk in and then you're going to meet Mr. Right and your knight in shining armor is going to be there for you. And honestly, is that what that is? Oh, it's a Ruby Rose. Thank you. Oh, geez. Okay, I got to bring this up. God, is this safe for? Yeah, it's safe for YouTube. Okay. What's this dude's name? How much did he spend on this guy? Ruby Rose ran into my #1 spender on OnlyFans. Okay. Wait, we got to stop the show for this one. Hold on a second. Maybe this will put a period at the end of the financial domination OnlyFans thread here. Where'd that go? Ruby Rose. Oh, do I really want to show this? Yes. Okay. Can you see that? Yes, you can. I ran into my #1 spender. This, of course, is the #1 spender. It looks, does he not, like, if you're gonna say, I wonder what the #1 spender on Ruby Rose, and Ruby Rose makes a lot of fucking money, and this is what he spent just this month $62,321.70. I wonder what the 70 cents was for. Oh, they blocked out his name. Oh, he's a crypto dude. That's why. Crypto whale looking for a queen. Well, if that's what you're going to do with your money, I guess. Oh, boy. Yeah. Okay. So the moral of the story, children.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
The moral of the story is financial fantasies can have consequences. If you can't afford those consequences, please don't have those fantasies. Oh my God. Yeah, I was looking at that too. Like people saying she's fat. She's got a little more meat than I like. You know what I got to do one of these days? This would be like the worst thing. You want to get me banned off of YouTube? This would be the worst idea I could possibly do. Is to like get a bunch of like have girls like send their pictures into me and do smash or pass with Rollo. Like, would you get with me? Would you get with me? Would you get with me? Like, I think we could probably establish the Tomassi scale, the 1 to 10 scale for Rollo Tomassi. And I think everybody wants to say that they're very like discerning or they're like, I have very high standards in women, blah, blah, blah. I do, but they would probably all end up looking a lot alike. And like, I like black chicks. I like Latina chicks. I like Asian girls. I like white girls. I like, you name it. But it's not I don't think it's the ethnicity so much as it is like the body habitus, like the I don't know, hips to waist ratio for sure. But I'm not into like chicks who are like super like hippie and like they're overweight, right? I'm not into overweight girls. Like whenever I see like these guys, they'll throw out this thing on it'll be on Twitter. Yeah, she has no thigh gap. You're right, Sam. She has no thigh gap. She's a Ruby Rose. You out. You're gone. It's funny. If I did that, people would they would lose their shit on me. Why can you say she's fat? I don't say she's fat. She doesn't have any thigh gap. So there you go. What is this? Sent you the audio on Instagram. What audio? Oh, for the other song. Okay, I'll look at that in a minute. Yeah, I mean I don't know. I like does anybody else call that thigh gap a Cranston? Somebody told me it was supposed to be called a Cranston. I don't know what the fuck is that Cranston for. But thigh gap. I like a girl with a nice kind of small peach shaped ass. I guess I've always kind of like I do like legs. Like people say, oh, you like boobs? I like nice legs, a flat stomach for sure. I like semi athletic girls. Even full up athletes are pretty much on the list as well. But like I like girls who look like they have energy in bed. Right? But like, I don't necessarily need girls with like double D boob. I mean, it's nice. I'm not good. It's icing on the cake, but it's like, it's not like a prerequisite, I think. But again, it's like, it's not an ethnic thing. It's not even like a hair color thing, you know? I mean, as long as it's like a natural hair color, like, I don't want rainbow bright, you know? But you know, whatever. But it tall, small, don't matter. I'm not into like fat girls, period. I understand, like, what gets me, I think I talked about this with Domo as well, is like, I understand like why certain guys have certain like fetishes for like girls with big asses, like the brothers like girls with big asses. And just because I can't get into that doesn't mean I shouldn't be able to understand why the brothers like a girl with more cushion for the pushing, right? So yeah. What is this? Okay, here we go. Thigh gap is when your thighs are fit. Thighs chafe when they are touching so close because of fat triangle thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you like, I know people like think that like a camel toe is like in some way attractive. That's like a fupa or just like it's like a proto fupa. It's like, no. I'm not down with that. But I should do that sometime. I should say, okay, well, we should like I should do a smash or pass or like a rate me kind of thing, like hot or not. And I think people would be surprised like what I would rate as like hot and what I would rate as not. And I've gotten myself into trouble with this too on Twitter a few times because people will post like a picture of a very like an athletic girl, like a girl who's like a competitor for like track and field. Like she's a pole vault. Literally a pole vaulter, right? Or she runs 100-meter dashes or whatever. She's got like abs. And I think a lot of guys think, well, if you like a girl with abs, you must be homosexual. No, I just like athletic girls. If I can see 2 abs, good. Yeah, I'm all right with that. I mean, I'm not down with like Miss Olympia, you know. And I by the way, I know Iris Kyle. She's one of the co-owners at a Powerhouse Gym in Las Vegas. And she's the nicest, most wonderful woman in the world. You know, she's great. But and I don't know. I certainly would be an acquired taste, I guess, if that's your thing. But you know, not saying anything, you know, no flame, but in fact, I would very much like to have her on the show and interview her. But you know, the full on like Miss Olympia bodybuilder. If you see like the old school, like the girls from the 80s, like Rachel McClish and stuff like that, or you look at like Corey Everson and the women, like the Weeder women from the 80s and the 90s, and then you look at like the women today, like fuck. But that's bodybuilder inside jokes, but still. But you know, getting back to Mother's Day is I think that a lot of people think that I don't talk enough about relationships. The Red Pill doesn't talk about relationships. Like I fucking talk about relationships all the time. My entire 3rd book was about red pill parenting as a red pill guy and what you can expect. But again, people don't read and they don't care to read, and they're intellectually lethargic. So you're never going to have that conversation. And I certainly wouldn't have it with like Lauren Chen, who, by the way, got just wiped. Andrew Wilson just wiped the floor with Lauren Chen recently. And I kind of knew that was going to happen, but I think, you know, one of the bigger myths I think that needs to be debunked, especially about the red pill and relationships, is that we don't talk about it. And it's like, no, you don't want to talk about it with me, because if you did, you would be forced to acknowledge that I've been married for 27 and a half, almost 28 years now. I have a child who is now 26 years old and married herself. I have a relationship with my wife that most men would be envious of, right? And I'm not anti-marriage. I'm just anti the way we fucking do it now. And the thing that gets me is like, whether it's like wokesies on Twitter or it's trad cons on Twitter, or it's just like the regular run of the mill autistic spurg on Twitter, you can't like something, or you can't say you're something, or you can't like make observations about something and not endorse it. Right. If I say marriage, and I've said this several times, if I say marriage is an all downside risk for men today, and it's something that has to, well, firstly, you have to be very careful about getting into it. And I've said in the past, you know, don't get into it. Don't become monogamous until you're in your 30s, until you start seeing, until you are getting at least close to maximizing your potential, or it looks like you're gonna be the winner going across the checkered flag, right? And there's reasons for that. Whereas if I say that, then trad cons lose their shit because they're like, no, you're going to get married early, and it's men need that responsibility to be men. No, they don't. Hell, we just heard. I can show you clip after clip after clip of these women. I just did at the beginning of the show today. Show you all kinds of clips where women are saying, women are so much happier when they're single. You don't see that for guys. The red pill isn't even saying that for guys. You're going to be so much happier if you're just single, right? They're not. There's no. Show me a clip, please. Show me a clip, because most of the time guys are like, well, if you're gonna get married, make sure that you vet her. Like, there's more discussions about vetting women than there are about like, oh, well, just don't do it. Just don't go. Like, guys will just like, they don't have to make those. They don't have to make those videos, because guys will just say, just don't get married. Just don't do it. Like, they don't have to make some elaborate reason. They don't have to go say, well, research shows that women are happier when they're childless and they're single, or and just like I was saying before, or just showing you the video before where the chick is saying, well, I'm going to be more like a guy. I want to be more like a dude who just like, according to them, like a guy just like drops his clothes wherever he wants to. He's like a teenage kid. It's like, I don't know who the fuck you're dating. Like, how come people don't say, well, you need to be, if that's what you think a guy is, well, my dear, you need to fucking vet better, or I don't know, what guys are you hanging out with that are like this? Like, what guy, oh, he just takes the towel and throws it over the door. Whoa. Do you think that all guys are like that? And so much so that you want to be like them? And you need to make a video about it or a clip of a much longer video about it? Nobody talks about that. No. So when I'm talking about relationships, I think a lot of people will say, well, Rollo, how do you have a good relationship? Well, I know how I have a good relationship. I can't tell you how you're going to have a good relationship. And I used to think like one of the reasons like I never really got into like the details of my own marriage and my own relationships and my own being a father, right? It being Mother's Day, right? Is because I don't want people to think I have some sort of template. I don't have 12 rules for life and 12 more rules for life, and you're going to have this great life and follow this fucking template. I would not want to insult my audience or the people who have read me and follow me by telling them I have a one-size-fits-all plan that's going to work for fucking everybody on planet Earth. No. And I find, quite honestly, I kind of find it offensive that when people try to sucker other people about that. But that's exactly what we get accused of, especially like the DHS, the McCain Institute, and the fucking NGOs like diverting hate. I'm a misogynist, and God forbid, Cappy's a fucking misogynist too. Well, let me try to explain a few things to you here. I'm also a father, and I've been a father for 26 years now. I think I did a pretty fucking good job. Swell guy, right? Dude, I am still paying for my daughter. I love that when people go, oh man, you're like when people thought that the whole thing going down with like Fresh and Ling Ling was a real thing, which I'm still not convinced that it ever was, but let's just say for sake of argument, it was. Everyone was saying, oh man, she's got you for 18 years. You are 100% mistaken. She's got you for life. I hate that shit. Oh, well, you're going to be paying for 18 years. No, you're going to be paying for the rest of your fucking. And I don't like if you get with a woman and she has the kid and you wanted to do the right thing, even if you got divorced, even if you didn't like have anything to do with it, you still have something to do with that kid because it's still up here. And that kid's going to be a part of you for the rest of your life. That's your flesh and blood for the rest of your life. So when people say, oh, you're on the hook for 18 years. No, you're on the hook for life. Because when your daughter or your son gets married, your baby mama is going to be right there. Warts and all, she's going to be right there, and her family is going to be right there because her family, her mom and her dad, are going to be grandma and grandpa too. Whatever comes out of that union, right? You're in it for life. Maybe your financial commitments end at 18, or legally they are supposed to end at 18. But let me tell you from experience, I'm a 56-year-old man, and my daughter is 26. Your financial requirements are just whatever they're going to be, because I want to do the best for my daughter no matter what. She is part of my family. And by the way, it's not just limited to my family. It's also my brother's family and my niece and my nephew as well. I'm in it with them for the rest of my life. And I didn't even produce those kids. So you're in it for the rest of your life. So don't think 18 years. Let's go make a rap song about it. No. It's for life. It's for life. That's what you should be saying. So that's number one. Number two is that there's a relationship myth I just debunked right now. I think a lot of people, one of the biggest things, especially men and women, but mostly women in this case, think that they're going to just walk into a turnkey relationship. They think they're going to be the one that's waiting at the finish line, and the guy's going to pull over in his fucking Maserati and just pick you up and take you on into perpetuity, right? No, that's not how it happens. For most women, they have to make a choice early on. They've got to find a guy with potential. And the problem, ladies, that you are having right now is trying to find a guy who has prospects, because the guys who do have prospects, they have one of the prerequisites of being a guy who's going to be a winner in the future means he's got to be able to focus on what the fuck he's doing right now. So if you're 26 and he's 28 or whatever, and he's on his game and he's got potential and it looks like he's going to be a winning horse and go past that finish line, you know what he's not going to be able to do? He's not going to be able to, if he's going to maximize his potential, he's going to be limited at the very least by having kids. And I'm sick to fucking death of people saying, well, you're not a real man until you have children, blah, blah, blah. Right. And I think it was Aaron Clary put this meme out, and it's like, there's two pictures. Like one was like this one mattress and a TV, and it's like the guy's probably eating top ramen, and it's like looks like somebody just minimal stuff in this one apartment, right? And it said future entrepreneur, and then the next thing it was like this guy with a kid and his wife, and has a minivan and all this other stuff, and it's like future wage slave, right? That's the two of those, and it reminded me of my infamous vasectomy tweet, right? Which was tongue in cheek, which was me being facetious, right? But the thing is everybody took that dead ass serious because they still don't understand the nature of the tweet, but they don't understand the principle and the concepts behind that. You're going to be able to maximize more, assuming you're on your game, assuming you're not an alcoholic, assuming you're not on prescription opioids, assuming you're not jerking off to porn or addicted to video games or whatever. As long as you fucking have a purpose and you have a point and you have a mission, you're going to be encumbered by having a woman, by having a wife, by having kids. You're going to be playing the game on hard mode, which is what I have done my entire fucking life. So for me to be here, for me to be the guy who wrote The Rational Male, for me to be the guy who wrote the other 4 books, including, right? For me to be the guy who's going off to Miami, for me to be the guy who's here in Vegas doing Access Vegas, for me to be where I'm at right now, I had to play a fucking game on hard mode. No one, name anyone, any major figure in the Manosphere or the Red Pill today that has kids. I mean, I guess maybe even you could probably put Rich Cooper in there, right? There's a few, there's maybe a handful, but guys who are still in this and still producing and still putting out really great ideas, who have kids, who are married or are in a long-term relationship of some sorts. Like you look at Ryan Stone. Ryan Stone is not married, but he does have a long-term girlfriend. He doesn't have any kids. I mean, unless you count as Italian Greyhounds. Right. Yeah, I remember I used to eat so much fucking shit from the Tates saying, don't listen to Ryan Stone, don't listen to Rollo Tomassi. They're married. They don't know anything. They don't have any fucking receipts. Well, now those receipts are having a kid and now suddenly they want to show you their pictures of their kids that they've been keeping secret from you for the last, 7 or 8 years. Suddenly now those are receipts. Well, guess what? I've had to play the game on fucking hard mode because, as I said, if you have those as obligations, if you have those as dead weight, right? For lack of a better term, I'm not saying that that's what they are, but they are most definitely something that you have to contend with, because you will not be successful in the Manosphere, having a podcast, writing a book, being in the Red Pill, doing whatever you think you fantasize about doing in the Red Pill. You will not be able to do that shit if you have kids in tow. So when guys are saying have kids, have a lot of kids, have them early, get a wife, blah, blah, blah. If you're doing that, you will probably, it takes a lot of energy and a lot of time and a lot of investment, financial, emotional, intellectual, going to fucking soccer games, going to piano recitals, going to whatever the school function is, being involved in your kid's life is another full-time job for men and for women. So if you want to be in this space and you're going to tell me I've got 6 kids and I can do this, you either have a shit ton of money or you are already on top of your game before you came into this. So when I see guys when when what was it? When Anthony Johnson made the announcement that he was getting married to the chick he knocked up, right? I was like, bravo. Oh man, this is fucking awesome. Bravo. I congratulate you. You know why? Because he's exiting the game. Bye. Because you can't do this shit and be a dad. You can't do this shit and be an effective father and a husband and everything. You can't do this shit and split your time between it and your family. In fact, I would say you shouldn't do that. You got to find some way to make some money and some way to keep your chops up for sure. But you will not be able to do that when you have kids. You shouldn't be able to do that, especially if you have 1 kid, 2 kids, 4 kids. Or the more kids you have, I guess you're a bigger man, right? Well, guess what? If you're doing that, you're not. If you're being a good father, that means that precludes you from being a good podcaster. It precludes you from doing shit, or it's definitely a hindrance to doing that shit. And you have to be very motivated and very passionate. It will separate you from what you find as a hobby and what you find as your life's passion. So when I see somebody like Wes Watson, or I see something, like even like Andrew Wilson, who I have a great deal of respect for, but he's playing the game on fucking hard mode. And I know that he married Rachel, right? And took over the responsibility of her kids. So you're signing up for that, but guess what? You're not going to be as effective a individual focus, splitting your time. It's splitting your time. Well, you're serving 2 masters, right? I got to be dad, right? Okay. Well, that means you don't get to go to Miami because the kids are home with the sniffles, right? You don't get to go to whatever podcast because you've got a family vacation lined up and you're all going to Disneyland. I mean, does that not track? You're playing the fucking game on hard mode. So understand that's, I want to say it's a relationship myth. It's like, well, I'm going to have a successful relationship and I'm going to be able to do these other things. Now, I'm putting this in terms of like podcasting, but maybe it's something that you've always wanted to do and now you can't do it anymore because you got to get serious, or you're like, I can't be a musician anymore. Why? Well, because I got a wife and kid. I know dozens and dozens of guys from my past who did exactly that. Got to quit the band. Why? Well, I got a new job and I got to be able to, we got a new kid on the way and I just got married. And so I got to grow up. That's what we call growing up. No, taking on the responsibilities that are going to take you away from maximizing your potential. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that's the logistics of the whole fucking thing. So keep that in mind. There you go. Yeah. I mean, you could be, you could delegate shit to your wife, but you know what your wife is doing? She's taking care of the kids too, right? She's there also, and the more kids you have, the more you got to delegate, the more you got to make. Here's a relationship myth. All right. Married men make more money than single men. Well, yeah, by order of degree, sure they do, because they have to. They have to make money. You know why? Because one precludes the other. If you don't make that money, if you're not making that money to sustain the family and the kids and the wife and everything else, guess what? You're not fucking married. It's really as simple as that. It's like basic fucking math, man. Of course they do. I love listening to that shit, like especially from TradCons these days. Oh, like Mark Driscoll. Men are like semi-trailers and they drive straighter when they have a full load in the back. You're not convincing anybody to get married with that analogy, Mark. Really. Because essentially what you're doing is you're saying, give up your freedom, give up your time, which is a very limited resource for most men. The reason I'm even like considering this lately is because I was just talking about because I've been doing the rework for the edits on this is the second edition of the first book of Irrational Male, and I've been going through some of the old essays and the old chapters on there, and I occasionally quote them on Twitter right now, and it's funny because these are like quotes I have had since like 2006. And I put them on Twitter in 2024, and people go, "Man, you're a fucking genius." Yeah, because you don't read what I say, and so I give it to you in a little bite-sized tweet, and then you're like, "Oh man, well that's really deep." Yeah, there's more of it in the fucking book if you read it. So I'm looking at this stuff, and I'm realizing that like I think it was a chapter on commitment, right? It's like, what should men, ethically, whatever, what should men have a commitment for? Should it be the concept of commitment? Like, I don't break my promises. I'm committed to commitment. Or do you have a commitment to yourself, to your own self-interests, right? Because there comes a point where like the commitment to the idea of commitment, it's like, this is just the moral and the ethical and the right thing to do, right? At what point does that become a hindrance, or at what point does that become a detriment to your commitment to yourself, to your own well-being, your own best interests? Because again, I'll quote Rich Cooper, right? We tell women, do what's right for you, and we tell men, do the right thing. Do the right thing is always sacrifice. It's always sacrificial. To be a quote unquote, to be a man is to create and to generate more resources than you can expend. It's to make more money, right? That's that women want a generous guy. Why? Because that guy is probably going to be able to afford the kids. He's going to be able to keep the lights on. He's going to be able to keep the heat on. He's going to have a roof over my head. So a guy, you want to know why we were talking about jealousy? You want to know why she mate guards that guy? Because she wants to keep the fucking heat on and the light on and the roof over the head, right? And the kids fed. That's women have more of an investment in long-term security than men do. Men have to generate the long-term security. So to be a man is to actually create more resources than you can expend, and then hopefully generate them. And then what happens then is, like, once you do that, the expectation is that you will sacrifice that. You'll sacrifice your time. You will sacrifice your dreams. You will sacrifice your talents. You'll sacrifice, like, to be a man is also to be sacrificial. In fact, you can take that to its logical end game, which is Jesus Christ. A sacrifice, to be a martyr. So to be a man is to be sacrificial. To be a man is to, like, die to your own interests, to die to your own fucking, because you need to do it for your woman, right? And I will tell you right now, I put this tweet out, and people lost their fucking minds. I said, men do not owe women a better life. Oh my God. Are you just like, here, try this. I'll give this to you. Anybody in the chat, go on Twitter, put this one simple sentence. Men do not owe women a better life. Watch the fucking rage. Watch, and not just from women, from well-meaning trad cons, right? Oh, well, that's juvenile. You're just one. You're a Peter Pan boy. You're a kidult. No one accuses a woman who is in her late 20s, early 30s, who's still living at home. No one accuses her of being a kidult. We only accuse men who are in that spot. And by the way, there's more and more of them now, still living at home, still living with mom and dad. Don't say in the basement. They're not living in the basement, but more and more Gen Z, and I would say about the last half of the millennials, they're living with mom and dad. They're living in the safe zone, right? And we only tell the guys, you're not living up. You need to do better. How come we don't tell the women that? I thought we were supposed to be fucking equal. I thought everything was supposed to be of gender parity. Then we need to tell women that they're being kidults too, and they want to extend their adolescence. Nobody says that to women. Oh, she's just got out of college and she needs to find herself. She's on her journey of self-discovery still at like 28 years old. That we can excuse it with that because we don't expect that much. But women don't have a burden of performance. Men do. That's why we shame them for being at home at 30. I get it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying I get it. But let's call it what it is. Women don't have that. Don't have to worry about that. Or let's put it this way: it's a luxury. It's an option for women. It's not rarely is it an option for men. If the guy's disabled, maybe it's an option for him. But we could say the same thing. Yeah, you're right. The women aren't living up. You're not living up to societal expectations. Why? Because you don't have a job and you don't have a kid and so what do we say? It's funny. It's like when we say that, when it ever even gets mentioned about women, they'll go, it's this culture of marriage. Single women are more happy than married women. You never fucking hear that about men. In fact, they'll say that. In fact, that's one of the selling points of the Tradcons. Well, married men are statistically happier than single men. Like, first of all, what's the metric for that? My opinion on quote unquote long-term, sustainable, ultimate outcome happiness, which is bullshit. So the metric is flawed to begin with. But even still, The comparison is what I'm talking about here. It's like, why do we write article after article, see see videos like we did of the girls in the beginning here, saying that, single women are happier. We don't need a man. We want a man. We don't need them. We can take care of ourselves. In fact, we do it better because we don't put the towel over the fucking door or drop our clothes. What's funny is like, I've seen the memes, right? Where it's like, you look at a woman's like bathroom and it's just like this catastrophe of makeup and just like shit all over the fucking countertop, right? And of course the joke is she gets pissed off when you leave the toilet seat up. I'm sorry, but a lot of the chicks, okay, get the fuck out of here, dude. You're done. Ban this guy, please. I don't care about your stupid fucking comments on Jews. There you go. Please keep that. Take that shit back to fucking Nick Fuentes. It'll be appreciated. Take that to fucking Rumble. Go. You save that one for Rumble, dude. And don't bring that shit here. But just the idea that like women are somehow inherently more cleanly than guys. I don't know if I'm saying guys are generally more cleanly, but yeah, piss in the sink. Yeah, exactly. But like if you see the average woman's like bathroom arrangement, what? You're worried about a towel over the door? I'm worried about dysentery coming off the fucking countertop here. But yeah, and so when we have those, when we look at like relationships as some sort of like cure-all for the modern man, I think what's funny is like we're still trying to pitch relationships and marriage on guys, and we don't try to pitch it on women. They're the ones that are deciding whether you're going to get married or not. People want I fundamentally disagree with this idea that like women are the gatekeepers of sex and men are the gatekeepers of commitment. Men aren't. Clearly they aren't, because if they were, the marriage rate would be much higher than it actually is right now. No, women control both of those things right now. And the reason they do is because they're more financially in control. They've been empowered, right? Everybody wants to talk about that shit. That's why men are superfluous. Nice to have around, but not absolutely necessary. Dr. Phil, thank you very much. And we don't need guys. We want guys. Well, we want guys they want guys to fuck them. They want the hot guy in the foam cannon party to come around and give them an orgasm and leave. But they don't need guys. Men are just superfluous. At least by all messaging and all narratives today. That's essentially what I see constantly. Oh, you're just on Twitter too much. Why don't you just like, here, I got an idea. Why don't you skip to the part where you tell us it's the Jews? Okay. Just just get to that part. Can we just get to that part, please? Like, just skip the line, dude. Just like, because then it makes it easier just to ban you. Who's doing it, Rollo? I don't know. The Illuminati. Aliens, elves, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, they're doing it. It must be those guys. It must be the Illuminati in the smoking cigarettes in a fucking, silhouetted back room somewhere. See, that's the thing that gets me about this is like when they want to look for fucking answers that are outside themselves, that's where they go. How about this? It's us. That's who's doing it. It's us. It's human fucking nature. That's it. And I think that the reason why we have to like come up with this bullshit about like it's the Zionists or it's this or it's that or it's like I said, it's the Illuminati. It's the fucking aliens influence or whatever, the lizard people, right? It's because we want to find the Freemasons. Thank you very much. I do this on purpose now. I looked up Freemason hand signs because people accuse me of that so much that I'm like, fuck, I'm going to lean into it. So I'm like coming up with like, gang signs and shit. Oh, that's a Masonic, or doing one of these. I've done the steeple like this because my dad used to do it. And it's like, it's comfortable. It's just something I do. But people want to say, they're looking for my Masonic, like my Eastern Star. Well, Eastern Stars for women, my Masonic ring, right? Yeah, I don't have a fucking Masonic ring. I have a Mjolnir. I have people got on me for that too. I have my Thor's hammer because I am ethnically Danish. It's not because I have some like faith in any of this shit. Jesus Christ. You can't get away from fucking space cadets, man. You cannot get away from them. Oh, who's doing it? You tell me. Why don't you just skip to that part, please? Because people look for shit outside themselves. That's why people have big problems when they can't solve their own problems. They always look outside themselves instead of at what we really are. Feminism doesn't exist if women's nature isn't women's fucking nature. Men's nature, men don't get addicted to porn if men don't get hard-ons and want to stroke off to porn. Well, who's feeding it to them? You know what? Even if it, let's just say for sake of example, it's the Zionists or the Illuminati or whatever. Let's just say you're right, okay? That doesn't happen unless the guy is actually rubbing one out. Doesn't happen. And you could let's say, okay, well, you take all of them away. We've eliminated all that. You know what those guys are still going to do? They're going to find somebody else to get it from because it's human fucking nature. It's harder to look ourselves in the fucking mirror and say we're the problem than go, well, it must be those guys, somebody outside. It must be aliens. Stop it. Just fucking stop it and own it. You want to solve a problem? You got to look in the mirror first. You got to say, why am I doing this? What is the breakdown? What are the mechanics? What are the nuts and bolts of this? Because people shit and fuck and piss and eat just like you do. Everybody's a fucking human being. We're still motivated by the same shit. In fact, that's the beauty of it. You want to solve a problem? It's pretty easy because it's like once you figure out human nature, it's pretty much universal. Just lack the will to do it. There you go. There's your rant for today. Had the Grays. I'm sorry. I live in Las Vegas. I love the Grays. Come. Please abduct me now. Yeah. And because I tell you what's funny is like and this is one of the few times maybe that I have agreed with Tristan Tate, because Tristan Tate had a take on this at one point. And when people started like ramping up this rhetoric, right? That's basically what he said. He's like, I don't care one way or another. I'm still going to make money. I'm still going to do what I'm going to do. You guys can go and dedicate your lives to like yammering about this. You're not going to do anything. I hate that shit, man. People go, I want to talk about the JQ. You know what? I'm less interested in that than I am what you think the final solution is, because there was a group of guys in the late 1930s or early 1940s who came up with that, and they got shit done, and they were doing things, and that we think we know what happened after that. Tell me what what are you going to do about it? I think Nuke's been saying that a lot on his Twitter. He's like, okay, what are you going to do about it? Yammer on Twitter? Well, fuck off. You're a limp dick. Until you have like some sort of solution, until you can tell me what you think we all ought to do, what's your best practices, because that's what's going to get you banned on Twitter. That's what's going to get you banned on YouTube. Your solution to all your final solution to all this, is you going away. There you go. So whatever. I'm still going to do what I'm going to do, and I'm going to point out the mechanics. I'm still going to be Roll Tomassi. I don't give two flying fucks. And trust me, November 6th, all this goes away like a fart in the wind. All right. Let me, what else do I got here? Oh, I wanted to, let's see. Do I have a video for you guys to chew on here? I don't know if that was it. Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Okay. Since it is Mother's Day, I put this up on in case you didn't see it. I actually ran this on the crypto show, but I kind of felt like I wanted to do this again because this is actually a thing, guys. This is welcome to Mother's Day 2024. Yeah, that's real. I'll tell you why it's real, because the video that I didn't show you was this. That's it's called Make a Mom. Like that. Welcome to Mother's Day. This is actually the oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't know that said that at the end. There you go. That's Make a Mom. You ready to be a mom? Welcome to Mother's Day. No, that's Fresh. I think Fresh went the holistic route. Yeah, well, I'll say, it's funny is, how is this okay? Yeah, it's not. That's the thing. And it's not illegal. And I would also argue that you could go and present this to somebody like Lila Rose and some of these other people who are like very like pro-life and everything, which of course is now the topic du jour, of course, for the election cycle. if you were to, in fact, I would love to do this. If I was ever on a show with Lila Rose, the first thing I would do is call up this video and say, what do you think of this? Do you think so? If here's the case is if a guy has responsible sex by using a condom and he discards the condom and there's jizz in the condom, and the woman later on, after he's gone or whatever, goes in, scoops it out, puts it in the Make a Mom plunger. Oh, I don't even know what to call that. It's like a turkey baster, right? But it's a little more than a turkey baster, right? And impregnates herself. Should that guy be on the hook for the pregnancy? I guarantee you she'll say yes. Guaranteed. There's nothing wrong with that. He took the responsibility, to, if he didn't flush it, I would love to know like what the take on that would be. And once again, exactly the reason why I included get a vasectomy in your 20s as an over the top exaggeration, but kind of not, was exactly this reason. So I think the other thing that's, going back over my Iron Rules of Tomassi, right? I should really do that. Maybe I should do a full episode on the Iron Rules again. But Iron Rule of Tomassi number 5 is always be in control of the birth, right? Birth control. And people ask me, well, what do you mean? You're going to try to get her to have an abortion? No, I don't think you should even get to the point where you're going to have that conversation. You should wrap the rascal and flush it, right? And ensure that that's it. Never presume that woman is going to take the pill. Never presume that, because essentially what you're doing is you're putting your life in the hands of that woman, because once the sperm leaves your body, you're effectively powerless. And I will guarantee you that if there is ever a court case where Make a Mom is involved, they will side with the woman every fucking time. Guaranteed you. We live in a gynocentric social order that will favor mom and kid over the guy. Well, you had sex with her. Yeah, but I wore a condom. I tried to be as protected as I possibly could. Right. And even if they get her dead to rights, even if they say, oh, she admits it, like, oh, yeah, I had to Make a Mom and I scooped the jizz out and I did it myself, right? If they said that, if even then, she could confess, got her dead to rights. It's birth fraud. They'll still get it. And the reason why I say that is because I'm looking at these cases right now, because I'm still building my show for the teachers, the female statutory rapist teachers. And again, like I said, the reason people think I'm dragging my feet on that. I'm not. I'm actually collecting 3 months of stories, because it was February. I started at the end of February, but like March, April, and I'm going to end up with May. And we're already past and these are individual cases. We're already past the 30 mark right now, and in 3 months, or coming up on 3 months. So, but in the midst of that, there's been at least one and maybe two where like one of these kids that was really the victim, right? The quote unquote statutory grape victim. Because if you're below a certain age, you cannot give consent. And if you cannot give consent, that is the legal definition of grape. So yes, that's the definition. And that's by the way, if you're writing one of these articles, if you're at I don't care, the Daily Star or whatever the fuck it is, like in the BBC or whatever, you need to start using the term grapist, because you would use it for a man. You wouldn't use it. They won't use it for a female teacher. And by the way, most of these women are married. And they also fit a profile, and they have the same physiognomy as well, which is kind of odd. But in some of these cases, some of like the 14, 15-year-old kid has actually impregnated the woman. And those kids are now on the hook for child support when they're 18. They will be on the hook for the child support for that, which is amazing to me. Because essentially it's like, how odd would it be if we told like a young woman who had been raped that she was now going to have the baby? Because that's just the way it is. We're going to give, because your rapist wanted to keep the child. We're not going to say that. We won't even have that discussion. I'll have that discussion, but nobody else wants to have that discussion. Or, Make a Mom turkey baster. I will guarantee you that when shit hits the fan about Make a Mom, and somebody figured it out, somebody committed birth fraud, caught them dead to rights, they will still be on the hook for 18 years, for a lifetime with that kid. Guaranteed. So, children,
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Does it not make sense to get that vasectomy? Or if something else comes along, something new, something more reversible, something a little bit better, more effective, and turning it on and turning it off, then I will be the first one in line for that one. If there's a new way, I'll be the first in line. Yes, I am quoting Megadeth. But yeah, it's when people want to say, you're effectively neutering yourself, right? You're gelding yourself. What is it? You're making yourself infertile, right? And then of course the next slippery slope is, well, Rollo wants kids to get gender reassignment surgery. No, I don't. Jesus Christ. Really? Okay. Yeah. But so like, if you're going to sterilize yourself, maybe that's sterilize yourself. I would hope that there's a way to go back. If there were a way to go back, I would definitely have advocated for that instead. But until there is, that's a choice you have left, right? And here's the funny thing: is like, well, you can always put a condom on and be responsible. Yeah, no, not with Make a Mom in the business, and not with that being legal. Nope. So your options are what? Stay home, jerk off. Can't put a condom on anymore because you can't be sure that mom doesn't have a Make a Mom somewhere, and get a vasectomy. That's it. You could just not have sex. You could. I thought it was funny is like when all the shit was going down with Fresh and Ling Ling, it was kind of presenting sort of this moral quandary or dilemma for people like Matt Walsh. So it's Matt Walsh is like, have the baby. You should have the baby. You should have the baby. Or no, it was no, I remember what it was. He was talking about how he was using the old data from the GSS study about how was it 30% of men between the ages of 18 and 24 or 29 are virgins. They haven't had sex in the last year. Well, I guess you either get married early or you abstain or you abstain from sex, right? Those are the two things. Because if you want to, like, I love it when like these guys try to solve the virginity problem with getting married early, which of course statistically those end up in divorce. Like if you're getting married at 19, 20, 21, the odds are you're probably going to be divorced before you're 30. Okay. I don't make the rules. I just report the news. I just work here, man. But then there's like, okay, well, that would be if you got married early, then that would solve your virginity problem, right? Well, the other thing is, or Matt, you could just simply go out there and teach these guys game. I thought it was funny. It was like when I was listening to Mike talking with Jasmine, Jafar, and Farah. Essentially the prescription from like the Destiny crew, the DGG, whatever they are crew, is men just need to go out and approach more. They need to get out there and do it. Me and Mike are like, so you're saying the pickup artists were right after all of this? So us telling guys and coaching them and telling them, hey, you got to get out there, go do your sets, go do this, go approach more, blah, 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 get over your approach anxiety, go out there. So you're saying the pickup artists were right all along, right? So the red pill is actually right. Wait a minute. It's like the meme of the guy's going to press either the buttons, right? Like stay a virgin, abstain from sex. I thought that was funny. It's because like when Matt Walsh was talking about here's young men, here's how you just need to get out there and approach and you'll solve your virginity crisis or whatever. It's like, well, does that not go against your no sex before marriage policy, TradCon? Wait a minute. They have a kernel panic. I don't know. I don't know what to do. All right. So anyways, getting back to it. The reason why I'm showing you the turkey baster, the make a mama, is because that's not illegal. And so once again, I think what's funny is like for a guy to give a woman some sort of like a morning after pill, that would be illegal. I would probably say that's probably manslaughter. I don't know, but that would be illegal. There are things that are like, there's a separate standard of justice for women than there is for men. And that's just across the board. women receive more lenient sentences for the exact same crimes than men do. And by the way, that's not just the United States, that's the UK and a lot of Western Europe. Same thing. The leniency with which women receive sentencing, if they get it at all, is far and away not the same sentencing as men. That's whenever I say, when people will ask me like, Rollo, what is this? You keep talking about responsibility and authority, and you think that men don't have the authority. I'm like, yeah, and I can point that out in a couple cases. First of all, the easiest one is selective service. That we can go there and have a very long discussion about that. But let's put that one off to the side. Let's look at sentencing for men. I'm going full MRA today. Sorry. Let's talk about more leniency in sentencing for women than it is for men. That's a separate standard of justice right there, and it's provable and has been statistically provable for well over a decade, probably even more than that. Would you like to talk about that? Why is that? Why is that the case? They won't have any answer for you on that one. But so when you're looking at crimes, when you're looking at things that benefit women, in this case, like anything that improves like the fertility rate, people are going to have a problem with that. But when the sperm leaves your body, you're effectively powerless. So that's another, like when I talk about responsibility and authority, that is directly relatable to relationships right now. And I brought this up on Tim Pool's show. I've brought this up with Jim Sexton on a few occasions, where it's like people always want to challenge me on the idea that men have 100% responsibility and 0% authority right now, because there's this, thanks to Dr. Warren Farrell, his book, The Myth of Male Power. And the myth of male power is this: is that like we presume that it's the apex fallacy, right? We presume that the men at the top of the pyramid, the guys who are making the decisions, the shadowy figures and the Illuminati, the powerful men are representative of all men. And the fact of the matter is that if it's a pyramid at all, it might be men on the top, and then there's a lot of women right below that, and then there's a vast majority of men below the women at this point, because it is in their best interests that men do not have the authority to affect the responsibility that we expect of men. And nothing makes that more clear than make a mom, right? So once the sperm leaves your body, you can be as responsible as you possibly can. And it's, again, I'm not saying people think that, Rollo's making these sweeping generalizations. I'm not saying that every woman will go and I'm not saying that. It's not that every woman will, it's that any woman can. That's the point. Well, just because you're in a marriage role, or just because you're doesn't mean she's going to like roll you and take you for everything you've got. Men are too worried about losing half their stuff. No, men aren't worried about losing half their stuff, because usually when they're considering getting married, they don't have too much shit to really worry about. So like when we get into the topics of like prenuptial agreements, like I was talking about with Grant Cardone and his wife, I get the feeling that his wife really fucking runs the show there. He makes all the money. I facilitate some meetings and stuff, and he makes all the money. Yeah, because he's responsible. He has the responsibility to that. But does he have authority in his marriage? Probably not. And he probably wouldn't even he wouldn't even pretend to have it. He wouldn't even expect to have it. In fact, he's one of these guys, and again, I don't know him personally, but he's one of these guys, a blue pill alpha, right? Who thinks that because he's living up and measuring, and probably adequately, very well, right? Measuring up to his responsibilities, therefore, that's the way things ought to be. You ought to be more like him. The fact of the matter is he really doesn't have any authority. And in fact, if she decided to leave him and take she probably would take more than half of his stuff. Or like when Mackenzie Bezos and Jeff Bezos split up. Say what you will about the arrangement, say what you will about the logistics of that whole thing, because a lot of people think it was a stock move, but still the fact of the matter is like he and Mackenzie split up to the tune of $33 billion with a B billion dollars. And he's still the richest motherfucker in the world. Well, one of them. And people want to say, I remember when that happened, and people say, well, Mackenzie Bezos, she deserves that money. She was instrumental in helping, like, Amazon get off the ground. I'm like, well, maybe the first year. But let's just say, for sake of argument, the Amazon was to divest and they were to, you know, pay out all of their shareholders their money, she would not get $33 billion. Trust me. That would not be on the, I mean, it might be in the billions, but it ain't 33 billion. I'll tell you that right now. So to say that she has that much equity in the company is bullshit. She has equity in Jeff Bezos is what she had equity in. So, but, and then of course, with Jeff, is he married to Dirty Sanchez, to Lauren Sanchez now? And then of course, you know, Jeff's blue pill mentality follows him into the next one. And probably he's insulated by the money, so he don't care. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You can do whatever the fuck he wants to. Jeff Bezos could be fucking a new chick every single day of his life if he wanted to. Till the day he died, he could have a new broad in his bed anytime. He could have more chicks than fucking Dan Bilzerian. Yep. Oh, he's engaged. Okay. Yeah. Do you think that I would love to know this? I don't know. Maybe Jim Sexton could like chime in on this. I wonder if they have a prenuptial agreement. I would think for the sake of the company and the shareholders and like the board members and however it's run at Amazon, that they would like require that of him. But I don't know. Is Jeff Bezos still like the CEO of Amazon? Maybe he stepped down. Still a rich motherfucker though. No, it's like the whole thing about I forget who it was. Who was saying this? I don't think it was Grant Cardone, but some TradCon was saying this. I'm trying to remember the name. Anyways, he said something about I know it was. It was Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles was talking about like a prenuptial agreement with the our eminent relationship and marriage expert Pearl, and he was saying something to the effect of, well, I wouldn't get a prenuptial agreement because it would be like setting myself up for failure, or it would be calling my wife a whore. He would think that he was saying it was equitable with calling my wife a whore. Well, and then of course, like, you know, Pearl just like trips over her dick all the time. I mean that, trips over her dick all the time, and said something effective. So the prenuptial thing, and then God damn it, I'm trying to remember what he said. And then it was like, if the kid's not yours, it's still your responsibility to take care of the kid. Like, so, well, I guess the whole the DNA testing thing, because I think it was a part of that conversation was like, I'm going to get DNA tests, but to ask my wife to get a DNA test is also calling her a whore. So to get a prenuptial agreement and to expect her to get a DNA test is basically tantamount to calling her a whore. And like, and then of course she's and maybe it's just logic, right? She just says, hey, look, if you find out the kid's not yours, then should you be held accountable? Should you be responsible for that kid? Like, yes. He's like, yes, I should be. Like, Michael Knowles is a dream come true for the modern feminist. Like, you want to say, oh, the red pill, they're feminists. Michael Knowles is a feminist because he's already on board with that. And in fact, he's like advocating for it. Because I noticed this is like a lot of the people who are against, and this is from like the TradCon moralist side, the people who are against prenuptial agreements are also the same ones who are like against like getting a mandatory DNA test for every live birth. And honestly, I think that's probably more imperative than a prenuptial agreement. Take one or the other. If you can have one or the other, if you had to say, I would put this to like the TradCons. If you had to have one or the other, you had to have a prenuptial agreement or a mandatory DNA test. Which one would you take? I wonder which one they would take. You got one or the other. If you take the prenup, then you have to have mandatory DNA tests. If you take mandatory DNA tests, then you don't have to take the prenup. I wonder which one. I really wonder. Of course, they wouldn't do that. They would just say, well, we want both. And by the way, I want to also point out that like this conversation about like prenups and all this other shit, I had this conversation with Dr. Everett Piper on the Pat Campbell show. In fact, that conversation ended up in my fourth book in religion. Okay. This just in. Thank you, Sammy. Jeff Bezos is the founder, executive chairman, and former president and CEO of Amazon. Former president. Okay, so he's executive chairman. The world's largest e-commerce and cloud computing company. I guess it would be cloud. He is the second wealthiest person in the world next to Elon Musk, probably, with a net worth of about $205 billion as of April 5th, 2024. He was also the wealthiest from 2017 to 2021, according to both Bloomberg, Billionaires Index, and Forbes. There you go. Thank you for being accurate. I demand accuracy. Okay. Where do we go here? So getting back to relationships, I kind of want to, I don't want to leave this on like sort of a bum note here too, because I think a lot of people think that when the red pill, myself included, talks about relationships, so we're always down on relationships. And I will reiterate this for the people in the cheap seats. I'm not against marriage as an institution. I think as far as monogamy is concerned, it has been the bedrock and the foundation of Western societies. I don't think there's any real conflict with that. I think that human beings have tried over the course of history, to like figure out how best to do family. So if you can go back to the Old Testament and you can see Father Abraham, and he was a technically a polygynous, many wives, concubines, maidservants, can knock it out with whoever I want to. I'm the patriarch, and that's one of the benefits, one of the perks of being the patriarch, right? I have all of the responsibilities, and I got to take care of all the fucking kids that I have. I have to make sure that my wives are taken care of, and my concubines or my maid servants. I still have the responsibility for that, but I have the authority to do that because I can fuck whoever I want to as part of my tribe, my family, right? And then of course, you've got like standardized monogamous relationships. It's closed on his end, closed on her end. And I think we've kind of I think one of the reasons we're even like reheating this conversation or this understanding of what a relationship is because we're in the 21st century and we're about 60 years past hormonal birth control and the empowerment of women. And I don't need no man, but I want a man. We're trying to figure out how to do marriage in that new atmosphere, in that new paradigm. And what are we doing? We're going back to polygamy is what we're doing. We're going back polyandry in this case. Well, technically it's polygyny, I guess. Polygyny. One man and many women. But in this case, it's initiated by women, not the guy. Not the 4.5% guys, the hot guys in the foam cannon party, the Justin Wallers of the world, they're cleaning up. And I think it's wrong to presume that these guys are just fiendishly like exploiting their newfound, leverage in the sexual marketplace. There are very few. They're like I said, 4.5%. So when I see like Jordan Peterson like mouthing off about like how these guys are just like these fiendish like dark triad sons of bitches who are just manipulating these poor naive women. No, women are signing up for it. Women want to, they don't need a man, they want a man. And the man they want is a guy who has the dark triad traits, who's hot, who's fun, who's exciting, who fucks them and leaves them in a puddle. That's the guy they want. You can see it on every fucking podcast. You can see it every article. You can see it everywhere you go. You can see it on fucking Dr. Phil. Men are superfluous. At least in the narrative is men are superfluous. I'm not saying they actually are. I'm just saying that the narrative is that they're nice to have around, but you don't actually need them. Well, guess what, ladies? You actually do need us. You do need men. You need them around at the very least to keep the fucking sewers running and the electricity on and everything. And you definitely need men for your utilities to facilitate your reality. But when it comes to the sexual marketplace, yeah, the 4.5% are the men that women want. So if you want to know why the fertility rate is in the shitter and you want to know why the marriage rate is at 6 per 1,000 right now, look no further than women initiating their own form of polygyny. Many women, one man. Come over, fix me, baby. And then move on. Or if I can't lock you down, move on. I joked about this one time. And I'm almost, I hate to say it's almost probably prophetic, but like I joked about this one time and I think it was on Access Vegas. And they were talking about, I might have been with like CJ Sparks now that I think about it. They're talking about how I was talking about the same thing, like men are superfluous and, they don't need a man. They just want a man. Who do they want? They want Jason Momoa. They want Jack Reacher. They want fucking Justin Waller. They want a guy to come over there and fucking ring their bell. And, and if they can't lock him down, doesn't matter, let him move on. They'll share him. Like women would rather share a high value alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta. That is Pook, by the way, from like circa 2004, 2005 off the SoSwab forums. This is how far back this goes. 20 years ago, we were saying this. Women would rather share a successful alpha male than be saddled with a faithful beta loser. Simple as that. And we're seeing that like over and over and over. It's being exaggerated over and over and over today. And it's on every podcast. It's in every article. It's not just the red pill, by the way. It's on fucking, what's the Eve? It's on Eve. It's on the Huffington Post. If they're still, I don't think Huffington Post is still around. Jezebel's gone, right? And it was that kind of stuff, like any blog aggregate that advertises Summer's Eve feminine wash. That's what I'm talking about. those fucking blogs, right? Oh, women are happier when they are childless and they're unmarried. That's what I'm talking about. It's not and by the way, no red pill guy wrote that. You know that, right? that's the ladies at Eve or whatever the fucking aggregate. If it has a lot of pink in it, that's who I'm talking about. That shit. What's this? Rollo, you have a thumbnail of a female who looks like Ariana Grande. Really? And the question is, save this disgusting girl from being dirty? From what? Being dirty? Yes, totally. I'm getting to that point. But do you think she actually looks like Ariana Grande? She has those teddy bear hairs. I wonder, maybe if you scroll back to like the beginning of the show where we talked about that, maybe we can catch up. Yes, we know. Thank you. I didn't do it on purpose. I just dragged it off. Was it Red Pill Luffy? I forget the guy's name. His account is on Twitter. It's got some really good. I have to say, I have lifted some of his stuff. I thought it was pretty good. So, from being dirty. Now, I'll explain that to you here in just a second. I'll explain to you why I put that here in a second. But, anyways, getting back to the reproductive side of things, the marriage side of things. Again, I hate this because I have a really good marriage. I hate this because I've been a good father. I think anyways, I've been a pretty good father for, 26 some odd years now. No complaints. Play the game on hard mode. But nobody wants to have that conversation with me. They would prefer to say that the red pill doesn't talk about relationships, and we do. And I would it would be my hope, my sincere hope that you would have a great relationship. But when people ask me like, Rollo, how do I get what you have? And I don't have a ready answer for you because my conditions and the things that led up to me having a good relationship, I can't tell you you're going to be able to repeat. I can give you like good, like general suggestions. I can analyze your situation. I can tell you and educate you about male nature and female nature. I can give you the praxeology that is the red pill and hope you make good decisions based on that. I will be the first one to say if I was ever in any one of these, if anybody else in the Tradconosphere would ever want to give me the fucking time of day, I would tell them that to be the first thing out of my mouth. I would love for people to have what I have, but the thing is it's reproducible for me. It doesn't necessarily mean it's reproducible for you. So, and I think that anybody telling you that they can give you that to you is simply selling you something. It's a grift. Okay, what do you got? Rollo, thanks for all the help. Question here. If women love men with psychopathic tendencies, psychopath is a little strong tendencies, does that not mean that we will have children with those too? It could, if that gene manifests. Most aspects of personality traits are inheritable. They're heritable. Where did I put that? Did I put that up here? I still have it going. Yes, I do. Here it is. Have it on tap. It's the laws of behavioral genetics. All traits are partially heritable. Identical twins reared apart are more similar than fraternal twins reared apart, who are more similar than non-relatives reared apart. You guys should dig into that. I've actually been reading because I kind of read this and I read what Steve Stewart Williams had to say about it in evolutionary psychology terms, but I think it's fascinating because a lot of the things that we take for granted is like we think are like social constructs, our personalities, for example. It's not that it's not that our personalities aren't molded somewhat by our personal conditions and our social situations, and really, where we were born, how we were born, what culture we were born in. That definitely plays some role, but to a greater degree, genetics play more. So when we're talking about nature versus nurture, that question's already been answered, and nobody wants to have that conversation. Is that nature is the clear winner in this. So is it possible that your children would inherit psychopathic qualities? It is. It's my opinion, just to answer your question, it's my opinion anyways, and this is just me spitballing here. I did. Thank you very much. Did you already answer my question? I don't know what it is. Look that up for me, will you, Sammy? Whatever Spartan's question was, I think I got to it. But as far as behavioral genetics and personality is concerned, I think it's a question that a lot of people don't want to actually have answered, because it goes against their idea of the blank slate, or it goes against their idea of the ghost in the machine, or it goes against their idea of, which is like your body and soul connection kind of thing. Somebody asked me earlier, I think it was, do you believe in, was that what it was? Maybe I missed it. No, I fucked up. What book should I read after the first? Oh, okay. That was it. Hang on. I'll come back to you. Got to that. Let's see. Oh, sorry. Rashmil sent you audio on Instagram. Okay. I'll check it out. There it is. What book should I read after the first? There's no order to the books. So the first one, you have to read the first one so you can understand any of the other four that come after it. It depends on what your interests are. I wrote the second one because the second one contains the timeline of what you can expect from women at different phases of their maturity. Again, this is to educate you and equip you so that you're better prepared for a woman who's in her 30s, a woman who's in her 35, 40, whatever it is, at different phases of maturity, right? So I wrote the second book so that guys would have sort of some sort of a loose outline, some kind of a map, I guess, as to what you can basically expect from women. And now as modified by culture and time and everything else. But I wrote that because I had so many people saying, Rollo, I wish I would have known this stuff before, like we were reading the first book. They said, I wish I would have known this before I got divorced, before I got married, before I moved away to college to be with her, before I took this job in a city I never would want to go to facilitate my relationship. All these things, before I would have made these mistakes, I wish I would have known this stuff then. That's why I wrote the second book. Third book is about parenting. It's called Positive Masculinity, and it's essays. Well, probably the first like 2/3 of the book is about red pill parenting and about relationships. There is a section in there for men who are older, who are wanting to rebuild their relationships or reconstruct. There's a 4-part. There's 4 chapters in there called the series. They're called the Reconstruction series. Those are for guys who want to use the red pill to sort of reconstruct their relationships. Again, the red pill talking about relationships one more time. Then there's the red pill parenting is in the beginning of it. And then there's essays on masculinity and the concept of like toxic masculinity versus positive masculinity versus conventional masculinity, which is really the whole thing. So that's why that's called Positive Masculinity. And of course, book 4 is Religion, where I basically go into great detail, a great 400-page detail, and probably my most cited and took me the longest to write book that I have. It's probably the most comprehensive book, well, certainly the most comprehensive red pill book on religion there is right now. And you can go fuck yourself if you think you got something better, because I would love to see it. So when I think it's the 4th book is actually finally coming into its own, because there's so many trad cons and moralists and religious ortho bros and Christ pillars or whatever you want to fucking call them right now. And I laugh because they think that the red pill doesn't talk about religion, or the red pill is like anti-religion, or the red pill is this or that. It's like, you have no earthly idea what you're talking about. And if all you would do is read that book, you would understand just how fucking wrong you are. 3 years of my life dedicated to that fucking book. It's actually, I think it's one of my better works. And then the 5th book is The Player's Handbook, which is not a book on how to pick up girls. It's a why the shit works. What are the psychological principles behind game? That's what it's about. And in case you're wondering, yes, there is a video series that is coming out for that. I have been doing the edits for that. I have done the raw footage is done. I'm just doing the edits and pulls. So the very first module is going to be coming out soon. I'm debating on whether to sell it independently or put it on Patreon right now, but it'll be exclusive content. It'll be stuff that you actually have to have a membership or a subscription for. I'm toying with the idea of maybe putting it on Substack, but again, it references the 5th book, which is the Player's Handbook, which it's not a how to do it. It's a why it works book. So those are the ones. So what are your interests? There's no, which one you read after the next. Are you interested in religion? Then read that one. That's how it works. Was banging one of my online matches and found out she was on OnlyFans. Her excuse was, I like the freedom it gives me. Have you heard this before? Of course. Yeah, the freedom it gives you. The freedom it gives you measured in cash. What does it give you? It gives me freedom. How? In the form of Benjamins. No, it's again, this is just a euphemism. No, the freedom it gives you is generated by the money that it gives you. Let's just be fucking honest here. Okay. Although I will say this, where did I see this? I think somebody was saying that like when young women start OnlyFans, they're not doing it because, at least initially, they're not doing it because they have dreams of making millions and millions of dollars. Maybe they do, but they're doing it because they like the affirmation. They like somebody they like having the people say attention. It is attention, but it's also more than just attention. It's also affirmation of, or confirmation of them being sexy, or that somebody out there in the internet world wants to fuck them. And it is that women, especially of a more feminist mindset, I don't want to say that actually I should say the feminist mindset, or the gynocentric mindset, has really kind of bolstered this. It reinforces this natural female proclivity to want to have attention, but also to want affirmation for being desirable. And so when women say, I like the freedom it gives me, the freedom it gives you is, well, money, but it gives them the affirmation of being desirable. So, and which, by the way, is not hard to do when there's so many fucking thirsty guys out there. But be that as it may, the guy I was listening to, and I forget which podcast it was on, but he was saying that the women don't start OnlyFans just because it's paying a lot of money, because usually it doesn't at the beginning. I mean, unless you're a really hot piece of ass and you're doing some like hardcore pornography on it. Most women kind of ease into it, but they start it because it gives if she wants to conflate this with freedom, it gives them a confirmation and an affirmation for being sexy, for being desirable, to being fuckable. And then that, of course, then they get rewarded for that with money. They get rewarded with that with attention. They get rewarded with, gifts, and the world is their fucking oyster until they age out of that, until the next crop of hotties come in and they displace her. So it's a rationale. I think, how hard is it to figure that out? The best part of the red pill should be the choice the choose your own adventure element. Yeah. Well, I people call it the choose your own adventure, but like I mentioned this at the end of the Player's Handbook. The Player's Handbook, like I said before, is meant to be a textbook, really, on why these, like, people think that like the red pill is like ridiculous. They think, oh, no woman would ever respond to a neg hit. No, they would. And here's the psychological principles as to why. I was just talking about affirmation, right? If a woman is constantly affirmed all the time and you play to the meta and you're the one who doesn't give you that affirmation, you stick out. You just, assuming you're good looking enough to stick out, but like you've just, if that woman has to have the script flipped on her and she's the one that has to actually qualify to you instead of the other way around, then what are the principles behind that? What works with that? And so when we look at the choose your adventure thing, I choose to look at it like this. It's like, I look at what my work in the red pill and game and all that good stuff. I see that as sort of like giving somebody a paintbrush and tools and a palette knife and paints and an easel and all these things so that you can take a blank canvas, and that canvas is you, and you can paint your own picture on that canvas using these tools, using the best tools available to you, it being equipped with the knowledge of how to paint and all this other stuff, right? But you're still the one who has to go and make the creation on that canvas. The analogy is this, is that too many people want to paint by numbers thing. They want to have the whole thing done for them, and they just want to paint in the stuff, and they're not really being creative. They're just putting the paint in where the number says to put red or put purple or put blue or yellow or whatever it is, right? And so they all paint the same picture, but they all look like cookie cutters. They all look the same, right? That doesn't work. Certainly doesn't work in your own personal life. And by the way, that's one of the reasons why I have always said I don't want people to be Tomassi guys. I'm not looking to create a cult. I would much rather you show me what you did with the paintbrush and the tools and the spatula and the paints and the turpentine. I would rather you show me what you did with all the tools you were provided and show me that canvas and say, here, look, my life is a whole lot better as a result of this. Let me see if I can find it. I had a really good quote on my Substack not too long ago. I'll just read it to you because I could post it, but I think I might just read it to you. Oh, here it was. This was on my Substack, by the way. This is a testimonial on my Substack. He says, I didn't have my first romantic experience with a woman until I was 25. If you are completely inexperienced with women and don't know where to start, read all 5 volumes of The Rational Male by Rollo Tomassi. Reading his books taught me that becoming good was possible if I was willing to put in the work. The work isn't easy by any means, and he doesn't provide any step-by-step prescriptions to becoming good with women. But nonetheless, after reading all of his books, I realized that I was capable of achieving something I thought was otherwise virtually impossible. You could literally stop reading all of my articles, and just read his books and listen to his podcasts. That's how good his stuff is. So that's quite the testimonial, but that testimonial is like, that's what I'm looking for. I don't want people to say I'm a 12 rules for God life guy. No, I want you to show me what you did. I want you to show me like how this is improved. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. When guys give me testimonials like that, and it's a good review, it's something that's on Substack or whatever it is. That's better than a trophy. That's better than accolades. That's better than any sort of made up reward that I can think of. So there you go. Do you think Robert Kiyosaki would have gone that far in life if it was not to some degree for his blue pill mindset? Yeah. I think for the better part of Robert's life, he was what I would have called a blue pill alpha. He would be like Robert. If I had met Robert back in his 60s, right, or his 50s or his 60s, instead of like what he was going through, like he probably wouldn't like me all that much, because he would have been very invested. He would think that his success was as a result of being with Kim Kiyosaki, when in fact he's actually the one solely responsible, and she's really sort of the hanger on. But he wouldn't have said, like, for instance, if I were to talk to Grant Cardone or Gary V, and I would say, look, the only reason you got a hot piece of ass like this is because you're Gary V, right? And let me explain to you why you have those things. He would hate me. He would run me up the flagpole for something like that. Same thing with Grant Cardone. I'd say, it looks like, from all appearances, it looks like your wife fucking wears a pants in your house. He might even agree to that. I don't know. But like, if I were to break down what I'm seeing in his relationship with her, he would probably want to fight me. Honestly, I think it's probably why I don't get the call from Joe Rogan either, because of what I say about like how men who want to marry single mothers are basically signing up for their own cuckoldry, because effectively that's what it is, right? Well, they don't want to talk about that, but I'll guarantee you that once he gets divorced, or if that ever happens, that's when he'll want to talk about it. Same thing with, when Kiyosaki was getting divorced, that's when they're much more open to the red pill information, right? The data set, the praxeology. But yeah, I think he probably would believe that. It's a possibility that a lot, and this could be with anybody, not just Robert, but it's a possibility that a lot of guys like make more money, as I was saying, because they're married, because they're forced into that situation. So it's like sink or swim. Make more money or don't be married. Make more money or get divorced. Make more money or lose your kids. Make more money or the house goes. Make more money or I take half of your shit in a divorce. Well, I guess I better make more money. Some of the more successful, maybe even obsessed guys are going to be very, very successful. And that might have been like the motivation to get them off the ground. Again, talking about relationships here. Right? Women marry a lifestyle. And if they think they're going to get a lifestyle and it's looking like that lifestyle isn't going to come, is not forthcoming, it looks like I bet on a losing fucking horse. This guy didn't have the potential I thought. He's not going to be the winner going across the checkered flag that I was hoping he was going to be, because I don't want to be the bitch waiting at I can't be the bitch waiting at the finish line. Well, then that's almost as bad as, well, it's just this side of being as bad as that guy getting a trophy wife. Oh, I made a bet. I bet all of my sexual capital of my 20s on this fucking loser, and now I'm fucked. Now I bet I can't. Now, even if I got a personal trainer and I started looking really good, I still can't compete with my 23-year-old self. I'm fucked. Well, screw it. I'm going to go and divorce you unless you become a winner. So I think a lot of the times when women will say, well, you know, or guys will say this because they're idiots, but like women too, is like the behind every successful man is a woman. Yeah, nagging him and kicking his ass and pushing him on, and not because she's in love with him, and not because she believes in him, and not because she thinks he needs to dig down into this well of infinite confidence. None of that bullshit. You know why? Because she wanted to marry a lifestyle. If that lifestyle isn't coming, then we're not going to be married. And those guys go, fuck, I better do something. That's what it is. It is as mercenary as that. Honestly, hey, you want to talk about debunking a relationship myth? When women get to like, I don't know this for sure, but like when you got a woman who is like Patrick Bet-David's wife, right? Again, this is no cut on them or anything like that. The guy who gets to be successful and he's still with his wife, like Patrick Bet-David is, to his credit, that guy's gonna give it up to her. He's going to say, well, she's the secret to my success. You'll see these guys who like giving their Oscar speeches like that. I finally won an Oscar. I got an Academy Award. I like to really throw one out to my wife because she's the one who's really motivated me. And she's the one who believed in me all this time. She didn't believe in you. She wanted a fucking lifestyle. And if she would, here's the belief. The belief is this: if you don't fucking provide that lifestyle, then I ain't going to be here. That's what it comes down to. It comes down to, it's as mercenary as that. It's if women marry a lifestyle, and if that lifestyle isn't forthcoming, then there is no arrangement. It's Briffelt's law. If the woman does not find what is the you know what Briffelt's law is? Briffelt's law. Fuck. Sammy, pull me up the link for Briffelt's law. I gotta read this. But the idea is that, you know, no relationship and no coupling, no fucking, no reproduction happens unless that woman is like, it's on her. No family, no interactions happen unless there's some sort of mutually beneficial exchange for that woman. So when you're looking at people say, oh, you're down on marriage. I'm not down on marriage. Briffelt's law. Here we go. Briffelt's law is known for what is Briffelt. I forget the guy's name. The female, not the male, determines the conditions of the animal family, where the female, here, give me the rest of that, man. Where the female can derive no benefit from association with the male, no such association takes place. That's the basic. There's more added on. There's addendums to that, but that's basically it. I'll read it again. The female, not the male, determines the conditions of the animal family. Where the female can derive no benefit from the association with the male, no such association takes place. Now, Briffelt's law was actually about the animal kingdom, right? But it applies to female human beings just as well. If there's no, oh, thanks. Okay, understanding Briffelt's law. Put that in the chat so people can read that. Sammy, thanks. Where the female can derive no benefit from the association with the male, no such association takes place. I mean, unless it's forcibly taken. Hey, Rollo, what is the next book you're working on, and when will it be released? I'm working on a book of maxims right now. That's going to be probably the 6th book. I don't think I'm going to, I know I said I ended the series with the Rational Male. I'm still kind of, I'm on the fence about like making this part of the series, but it's getting to be pretty good. Actually, the next book the next book I'm putting out is going to be the hardback edition of the 2nd edition of the Rational Male. But I'm working on a book of maxims right now. So that's my summertime project as soon as I'm done with the hardback. Spiritually, do you believe in free will? It doesn't have to be spiritually. I think empirically, I believe in free will too. But you did say believe. So yeah, I do. I think the jury's still out on whether or not free will is something that is predetermined. But I'm going with free will right now. I'm going with like the classical interpretation of free will. Yes, I do believe that. And I think that one of the reasons why people have a problem with free will these days is because it really grates, it conflicts with people's idea of personal responsibility. I think people would be more open to like questioning free will as a sort of a principle or a concept if it wasn't so intimately locked in with like personal responsibility, because then it's just like, well, we don't have free will and the devil made me do it, or my genes make me do it, or whatever else. And then people get off the hook for, the most horrible atrocities. Right. I understand the concepts behind the idea that we don't actually have free will, but I don't think they've been adequately proven just yet. I think there's still too many questions. Like I said, the jury's still out on it, and I'm still going. Trust me, I would much rather believe that I actually have some control over the direction of my life instead of being some sort of puppet on a string. But I don't know. Some say that the gods have set your destiny, and there's nothing else that you can do about it. I've been watching Vikings lately. Rollo, you have a thumbnail. Okay, yeah, thank you. Yes, we know. Would you like to see her again? Here. You mean, whoever do you mean? You mean this girl right here? We can save her from being dirty. She's derelict. I am really very, very dirty. Derelict. I think it's the cigarette that like throws me off. That does get your attention though, doesn't it? I would much rather use something like this as a thumbnail than like stupid face thumbnails. And you know what stupid face thumbnails is? It's like, thank you, Mr. Beast, for fucking engineering dumb, stupid face thumbnail. Or it's that stupid face thumbnail, right? That's you got to put some shock or no, it can be like, that stupid face as well. Or you got to make it so that the eyes, so your eyes like that's somebody's going to clip that. That's stupid face, right? If you can show a thumbnail that shows the white of the eyes around the pupil, that's people react to. They want to click on whatever is like shows shock. And I'm sorry to come down on you, Mr. Beast, but like, the psychological principles, right? So when I see this, I'm hoping that the nastiness of it is like enough to like get people to check it out. I'm not above like baiting with a thumbnail. It does what it is what it is. But the reason I put like I can save her on there is because I was gonna just might as well get to it now. I think one of the big relationship myths, again, here's the last one. Where the last one to debunk here is the idea that you're going to turn the ship around, right? That the chick who is this, or the guy for that matter, but usually it's like guys want to say, I can fix her, I'm gonna stick it out. I was one of them. I definitely was one of them. Like when I was with my BPD ex back in the day, in my 20s, right? Which, by the way, I'm never going to get those years back. So that's another reason why I say this. This is a warning. This is a word of warning to you. I'm not in the position I'm in right now because I did everything right. I'm in it because I did everything wrong. And one of the things I did wrong was having a belief that if there's something that I could do about myself, if there was something that I could, if I was just different, if I could change myself in some way, then this borderline personality psychotic woman, who by the way still lives with her mom, if I could just change myself to be her ideal, then she wouldn't have the problem anymore. Then the psychosis would leave. If I could just turn myself into the guy that she keeps saying that I ought to be, and then she wouldn't fly into these fits of rage. Then she wouldn't fuck me like a porn star and then like try to like dig her nails and try to like actually physically abuse me, right? If there's something, if I could just change because her problem is not actually her problem. I'm the problem, and if I change, then it will cure her. And that is no way to live. I think a lot of people like women really need like the bad boy. They really need the guy who like brings chaos into their lives, because they know that if they're with a nice guy, if they're with the beta guy, if they're with a guy that treats them right, if they're with the guy that is you know, women love to say, like, especially when they're like 30 years old, when they hit the epiphany phase and you know, they're kind of cashing out of the sexual marketplace. Women love to say, oh, I changed, I'm different now. No, you're not different. You just can't attract the bad boy, the exciting bad boys that you loved so much when you were in your 20s, because they brought chaos, and at least they weren't boring. Perfect is boring. The guy who does all the things, brings you flowers, the guy who, and I'm not saying don't bring a girlfriend flowers. I'm just saying that the guy who is like consistently sensitive, he's consistently thinking about you, he's consistently doing this stuff. He's thoughtful, he's sensitive, he's kind, he's generous. Mom loves him, the dog loves him, and everything else. And you know what? You will just like, God, I so miss Brad. I so miss Brock, the bartender. I so miss the hot guy in the foam cannon party. Fuck. Just fuck me. I remember, like, I don't want to sell her out. I'm not going to say her name, but there's a woman that I know who keeps going back to the same guy, and she'll leave. Like, she'll say, bro, I finally left him. I finally had the courage to leave. And then like 3 months later, well, he knows how to fuck me the way that I like to be fucked. That's literally, I'm just like, okay. Women love drama. They love that shit. They love chaos. They love it because it's better. They would rather, like I said, I forget what it was. I'd rather be with an alpha who makes me cry than a dude who bores me. Right. I'd rather be with a bad boy who makes me feel like shit and makes me cry than a guy who just doesn't excite me. Until they get to the point where it's like, I can't attract that guy anymore. So I've got to find a happy medium. So like when women are quote unquote settling, and this goes back to the relationships thing, women don't want to settle. They don't want to settle on anything. It's, you know what they don't want to settle on? They don't want to settle on boring. They don't want to settle on that. Every single one of these girls that's been on, I think it was in last week's intro videos. They were interviewing this chick on the street, and they're saying like, well, who would you rather be with? Would you rather be with the guy who with the, you know, a lot of money and a small dick? They're like, no, I would rather be with the poor guy who has a big giant cock, because he's more interesting. He's probably be more chaotic for that to happen. So when I think it's a misnomer, or it's a misnomer. It's a mistake to think that women are just about like money, or just about the lifestyle. Like I said, women want to marry a lifestyle, but sometimes that lifestyle is the chaos. Sometimes the lifestyle that they want to like sort of be attached to is the guy who gives them the highs and the lows. And as I know that sounds really sick, and it sounds depraved, and it sounds like, you know, manipulative, and like the dark triads, right? I don't think we should call dark triad traits dark, because clearly they have some sort of evolutionary benefit, because if they didn't, women wouldn't be so fucking hot for Tinder Swindler or fucking the guy, Christian Grey from 50 Shades of Grey. They wouldn't consistently tell the same themed story in every romance novel from now until like what back in Emily Bronte, right? Back in Pride and Prejudice, like back in, you know, Jane Eyre, like those books all the way up to modern romance, right? It's the same theme. It doesn't change. In fact, they've tried to do that. They've tried to change up some of the theme, like some by the way, male writers of romance novels make a lot of money because they just read, it's a mill. Like they just repeat the same themes over and over again because it so consistently works. That's why The Bachelor is what it is. That's why the Tinder Swindler got away with the shit. That's what, you know, that's why dark, quote unquote, dark triad traits are so attractive to women. They love this shit. They love it. They love chaos. Because it's better than being bored. It's better than not having, because for the most part, like women are dependent on men for their entertainment. They're dependent on men for anything that is interesting. Their lives depend on being in some way stimulated. And that's, so if you want to, like TradCons, if you want to know why the marriage rate is so low, if you want to know, like, why are we not focusing on the choices that women are making? Because women are the ones that have to make the choice to agree to marry the fucker in the first place. I'm so sick of TradCon, you know, pundits talking about, well, men need to get better. They need to be better choices for women. It won't make any fucking difference if they get better, if they're not exciting. if they're still blue pill chumps, if they're still simps, if they're still like, fucking dish rag, softies, like soft guy era, right? If they're that guy, it doesn't matter. They can have their own businesses and everything else going on. It won't make any difference because women don't want them. They just don't fucking want them. They're more than willing to fuck. As I've said, they're more than willing to fuck the guy who doesn't have any money or any kind of status, as long as he's got a big fucking dick and he's exciting. That's because they can get dependability themselves, or at least the perception of it. They can get the blue pill, the everything that a guy has that's more on like sort of like the blue pill side or the beta buck side. Women can supply their own beta bucks. They can supply all of that, the provisioning, protection, and parental investment. We know that. Why? Well, the provisioning side, money, going to school, at least the perception of getting some sort of status, making get the bag kind of thing. They could do. OnlyFans sets me free. Yeah. Well, yeah, because it gives you money that puts you in a state of being secure. I think going forward, things are going to get worse way before they get better. And it's not going to be because guys aren't fucking living up, or guys aren't like being better choices for women. It's because women just don't want those better choices. They don't want those guys, period. Even the dudes who are like, could measure up, they have to be so fucking elite that women will go, well, I don't feel like I'm settling with this guy. That's essentially what women want, is to not feel like they're settling. And the guys that would follow along with it, Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro and the rest of these fucking idiots, would say like, oh, you need to get better. Men need to be better choices for women. Men owe women a better fucking life, right? That's why I keep saying, you want to know why that tweet was so aggravating? That's why. Because people think that that's like me advocating for those guys to just be lazy fucks. I'm not saying that whatsoever. I think guys should definitely improve themselves and be better men, sure, but for themselves, not because they're trying to satisfy women's wants. And that's really where it stems from. Those guys don't, like most tradcon pundits, don't care about men getting better for men. They're trying to solve a problem for women. Oh, women don't want to get married. We need to raise the marriage rates. Okay, great. How do we do that? Well, men need to man up and be better men. For themselves? No, they need to be better men so that they're better selections and better choices for women. So basically, essentially, your whole impetus for men getting better is so that you can solve women's problems of what? Decaying out of the sexual marketplace before they're able to get a guy, so they don't feel like they're settling. Really? Because I'll tell you right now, that's going to fall on deaf ears, Ben Shapiro. It's going to fall on deaf ears, Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles. The more you tell men that they need to man up to solve women's problems, the more they're going to tell you to go fuck yourself. And it ain't going to be me that says this. It's not me that's encouraging this. I don't have to. They can see it for themselves on a daily basis. Take away Fresh and Fit. Take away whatever podcast. Take away Access Vegas. Take away Rollo Tomassi. Take away, please, take away Pearl. Take away all of the Manosphere, and those guys will still come to the same fucking conclusions. Because they see it happening in their lives daily on social media. They see it happening daily in just their personal lives, period. They see it. They're aware. They're awake. They took the red pill with or without me. So when you're saying that the guys need to get it, man up and everything, it's like essentially what you're saying is that they need to be better for women. And even when they do, even when they take your advice, women still don't want to get with them. So you have one other choice. Tell women to lower their standards. That's never going to happen. And it's certainly not going to. In fact, you're not even going to say that because conservatives are too invested in the feminist narrative of, women deserve the best. They are owed a better life. They're owed children. Otherwise, if they're not owed children, we're not going to be able to do anything about this fertility crisis. Hi, Rollo. Thanks for the help question here. If women love men with psychopathic tendencies, okay, yeah, I already got you. They do. And they probably do pass them along. Like I said before, I don't think dark triad personality traits should be called dark. I think by labeling them as negative, I think that we approach it with hesitancy. I think we need to look at, like, when we talk, what is it? Narcissism. psychopathy, and Machiavellianism. Okay. Honestly, I think most people, like period, like men and women, have some of those traits to some degree in their personality, whether they've inherited them genetically or they've been sort of more emphasized due to their environment or whatever. I would say that in most cases, people have some sort of like levels, let's just say, you know, you're maxing out your characters levels in our role playing in RPG, right? Strength, wisdom, constitution, dexterity, intelligence, narcissism, Machiavellianism. I have an 18 in Machiavellianism. I rolled it up here, three dice, right? It's like maxing out your stats, right? Well, what stats? You don't get to do that, but like, what are your stats when it comes to those things? Well, it also applies to like conscientiousness, agreeableness, you know, just happy-go-luckiness. I don't know what the fuck the other ones are, right? But like dark triad traits, I don't think they should be called dark. They're clearly selected for. They clearly had some evolutionary benefit in our past. Just because they don't have a benefit in now, it's evolutionary gap. I think that's what it's called. Man, I was just writing about this too. It's the idea that what was useful to human beings in our ancestral past may be a hindrance today. So it's a possibility that some of those traits, psychopathy probably to taken to its extreme, can probably be very antisocial and detrimental to society and the individual. Okay, got it. But it didn't always used to be that way. That might have been a survival trait. It might have been vitally important to the survival of the organism that it is somewhat psychotic, or that it has a high opinion of itself. Those traits still manifest in humans because they were selected for. And you know who's doing the selecting? The women who don't think men are shit. The women who don't need men, but they want men. Who are those men that they want? The guys with Machiavellianism, psychopathy, and fucking narcissism. Because they're all narcissists when they break up, right? I don't think we should call the dark triad traits dark. I don't. I think we need to just take them in isolation. Can they be dark? Yeah. Agreeableness can be dark too, because if you're a people pleaser to the point where you're getting your ass kicked as a result of that, then it's detrimental to the organism. It's detrimental to the person who is too overly, he's a doormat, right? He's so agreeable, he won't defend himself. That sounds pretty fucking dark to me. But it's all in the percent. It's all in the judgment. It's all in how are we going to, what's the call? Is it antisocial? Is it pro-social? Does it solve a problem? Does it not solve a problem? Does it create a problem? Being overly agreeable might be even more detrimental to you than being narcissistic. In fact, I think it was in Henry V, Shakespeare, Henry V, self-love is not so great a sin as self-neglect. Oh, that sounds very Machiavellian. Yeah, you're damn right it does. And you know what? It's useful as fuck. So is it dark? Or is it positive? Is it light? Maybe we call them the light triad personality traits. The only reason we call them dark is because we think that according to a gynocentric social order, that they are antisocial. We don't, what's also funny is we never really refer to dark triad traits in the feminine. We only talk about them in the masculine. Or we presume that they are like inherently a masculine trait. To be Machiavellian is to be masculine. There's some pretty I know some pretty Machiavellian fucking women too. Women who have really super high, like overblown egos, who have a very like way unearned, like sense of self. That sounds very narcissistic. We would say, well, women are narcissists. Like, well, maybe we're a little bit more ready to call women narcissists. But when a woman tells me she's an alpha female, I'm an alpha female. I'll get shit done. I walk like the boss and talk like the boss. You know. That can be detrimental to that woman because if she's lulled into a false sense of security to the point where she's like taking unnecessary and life-threatening risks because of that high opinion of herself, and she gets busted in the chops by a guy or another woman or something like that because she expects, I demand respect because I'm an alpha female. Well, that's narcissistic. It's fucking, it could be like psychopathic or sociopath, psychopath. Definitely Machiavellian. Man, you're disrespecting me. You don't respect women. Yeah, because my definition of respect is based on a male metric, not a female metric. So Will you and Mike be at EDC next weekend? I wanted to say what's up. What's up? We will be there on Sunday. I know that Mike is gonna scream home from Miami, and as am I. And I think we're gonna be able to do Sunday for EDC. I've never been to EDC, so I'll be a virgin. My first time at EDC. I might just go down there and just wander around and just shake hands and kiss babies, but such as it is. But yeah, Mike is definitely going, and he's going, and Kylie will be with him too. But we're going to be in Miami and flying back on the 19th, which is, I think, the last day of EDC. So, in fact, I think he's leaving early just so he can do that. But more to the point, we will be in Miami at the White Party, which is the for Babes in Toyland. It is, I would say, it's probably the biggest Babes in Toyland that happens during the year. So I will be there. I'm also going to be on a charter fishing trip, which I believe I still have 3 slots for. I might have 4. But if you are interested, if you happen to be in Miami and you want to join myself, Jim Kilgore is going to be, a friend of mine, Jim Kilgore is going to be there. I want to say Joe Marin's going to be on, but I don't know if he's confirmed 100%. So I still have a minimum of 3 slots. I'm offering it up to people who are if you happen to be in Miami, if you want to come and hang out for a day of fishing, I'll just hit me up. I'll give you the price. I'll give you your share of the boat. And we're going to go out on Friday, the 17th. It'll be a full day. It'll be out of the Miami Marina. It will be on my good friend, Captain Nelson de la Torre, aboard his boat, the Bill in Office, like a billfish, Billin office. It's the one I always go on. I've done this trip with Justin Waller, with Sterling Cooper, and several other people as well. So I try to make one of these trips a year, and I like to call it the Redneck Yacht Party. So because we do things a little bit different than Fresh and Fit out on the ocean. But I do have slots open for at least 3 for that trip. So if you're interested, either email me, you can find my contact information, or you can hit me up on Twitter and then tell me you're going to be in the area and you want to go, and I'll give you the price. Okay. But yeah, EDC probably one day. Jack Guy. Hey, Rollo, I appreciate you reading the testimonial I wrote on Substack. Oh, is that yours? Oh, thanks, Jack Guy. When can we expect the Maxims? Probably August. I think I'll probably be ready to go by August. However, I will say this, since you follow me on Substack anyways, I'm going to be posting a good portion of those Maxims on Substack for my paid subscribers. Those Red Pill Guys is a banger. Yeah, it was good, man. I was actually thinking about like making that like the outro music, but I'm still kind of attached to Giovanni Sanders stuff. So how can I become more dark triad without becoming a horrible person? Good question. Which one of your books do you outline this? The Player's Handbook is, I kind of go into a little bit of detail about the dark triad traits in there. Not specifically, but I do mention like personality traits in Player's Handbook. Now, it kind of comes back to a concept that I talked about in the first book, which is like the jerk versus the nice guy spectrum, right? If you've read my first book, you know the chapter I'm talking about. People really come back to that quite a bit. And the reason why I put that in the first book, and this is something we've been talking about since the early days of the pickup art, well, so suave anyways, is I have probably fielded this question like a million times, right? Well, you're saying I have to be a jerk? I have to be an asshole? No, you have to harness the energy or the power of the asshole. You have to definitely play the part. You definitely have to understand why the asshole is attractive. That doesn't mean you have to be a dick. It just means you have to be more self-concerned. It also comes back to mental point of origin. When I should really do a full show on mental point of origin, but like when you develop a sense of self that makes you the primary in every thought you have, which is mental point of origin, not just, oh, put yourself first, Tony Robbins. No, it's literally, I say conditioning yourself. It's literally it becomes second nature for you to look at any decision or any new information or anything that any new opportunity that comes your way. The first thing that comes into your head is, how does this affect me? Not what's my wife going to think? What are my kids going to think? What's my mom going to think? What's my CO going to think? What's my employer going to think? No, you have to be the first one and it has to be about you. It's enlightened self-interest, which is I can't help anyone else until I can help myself, and I can't help anyone else as well as when I help myself first. And once you get that in your head, and by the way, it was hard for me to do that too, because we systematically pound that out of every young boy from the age of 5 to think of other people beside yourself. No. Think of others outside of yourself after you've thought of yourself, after you've made it beneficial to yourself. Then you can think about how you're going to apply that to other people. And are those people worth your help and worth you thinking about in the first place? Because in a gynocentric, egalitarian, communitarian, socialist, gynocentric social order, men don't get to do that. They have to think of people outside of themselves, because the presumption is a presumption of power, that men are inherently, innately in control. They're innately a part of a patriarchy or some shit like that. And we have to curb that. And the way they started to do that back in the in the late 60s, in the years of militant feminism, is they changed things up in public schools. They got more women into positions of teachers, to be more teachers. Essentially put women into positions of authority and put men into positions of responsibility. And their main responsibility is, from as early as 5 years old, to think of others before you think of yourself. That is wrong. In fact, it has to. In fact, honestly, I think from a biological, from an evolutionary perspective, it's something that comes naturally to children. Men, female and male, but like for boys, I think it's pounded into them that it has to be crushed out of them to not put other people first, because we don't want Johnny to turn into some like psychopathic guy who just thinks about it, some self-centered narcissist piece of shit. We want him to be a good pro-social member of society, right? And the way we do that is we crush out any notion of mental point of origin. His mental point of origin is, what will people think of me? What will mommy say? What will my future girlfriend say if I make this decision, if I go to this college, if I make these life choices? Is that going to put me at a disadvantage because women will think I'm a jerk or I'm an asshole? And I don't want that to happen, because if that happens, then I won't reproduce. That's the nuts and bolts of it. So we crush it out of children. We crush boys anyways. Like was it Camille Paglia was the one who said, we raise our boys as if they're defective girls, and those boys who are defective girls go on to be men who are defective women. And that's why you want, why are men such pussies these days and not living up to their expectations and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, their expectations are what we forced into their brains back in the day, and they simply can't measure up because they don't have the authority to measure up to that responsibility right now. They are literally men who are defective women. And now that generation is grown up into adulthood. You have men who are defective women, and you have women who became the men that they wanted to marry. How do you put a relationship together in that light? Is it any wonder that we're considering polygamy, polyamory, open on his end, closed on her end, closed on her end, open on his end? Hey, well, let's try an open relationship, open on all our ends. We're married, right? Is there any confusion as to how we get there after decades of teaching these boys to be defective girls, to be men who are defective women? Where's the shock in that? I don't see any shock. Oops, not that one. This one. Can you shed a little light on the difference between women saying, I don't need a man and I want a man? I think I've probably been saying that. The reason they say, the reason the popular conception is that women don't need a man is because they believe that they're self-sufficient, replicating, they're androgynous things. I'm glad you brought this up, because I got a email, or excuse me, that was an email. I got a Twitter post here. I think, I might have bookmarked it. Let me see. Did I bookmark this? Maybe I didn't. One of these days I'm going to do a full, I'm just going to do a show, and I'm just going to run through all the bullshit I have to deal with on Twitter. I think that would make for a very interesting show, quite honestly. Where'd it go? Is it in my profile? Where is that? I kind of wanted to read this. Here we go. I put this out there. So women have become the men they wanted to marry. In becoming so, they make themselves sexless, androgynous things, self-fulfilling and self-sustaining with no need for anything outside themselves. They are the ultimate end of their self-consuming solipsism. And I wrote this in response to this one chick. I don't know if she's real or she's a bot, whatever. So, because I'd put something up there on this other thread. Oh, I know what I said. Okay, so I said this. I said, an indicator of a gynocentric society is the empowerment of uniquely female failings and the fluid reengineering of net negatives into net positives. The message here is that women's best out. Okay, this is in response to Zuby. I'm sorry, Zuby put this tweet out not too long ago, and I think he was talking about like how. Oh, I know it was. It was like this. I don't know if this is actually attributable to Marilyn Monroe, but like Marilyn Monroe at some point said something to the effect of, if you can't handle me at my worst, then you don't deserve me at my best, which is interesting considering how many abortions she's had. And she died from a drug overdose and was an alcoholic for most of her life. And it's like, well, your best doesn't actually merit what your worst is. Right. But women use that as like, especially feminists use that as some sort of like power statement, right? If you can't handle me at my worst, then you don't deserve me at my best. And most men are saying, you know what, your worst does not make your best worth worrying about, worth striving for, worth getting, worth putting up. Your worst is not worth putting up to get to your shitty best, because there's women who aren't as bad as you that by comparatively speaking, it's a stupid statement to begin with. But women look at it as if it's some sort of like feminist empowerment mantra. Okay. And so Zuby had said something to the effect of like, pretty much what I had said before. I actually wrote an entire essay on this. It's called You Can't Handle Me. You can't handle me at my worst, then you don't deserve me at my best. And it's funny to watch Zuby sort of come around to the red pill. He's almost there, man. He's like, he's beginning to believe, right? He's almost there. I have faith in Zuby. I know he'll be like full red pill at some point. He's been questioning divorce with like James Sexton. And by the way, Jim, if you're still watching, you need to get on Zuby's show, because I think you would have a really good conversation with Zuby. He's a good guy on friendly terms. I approve. Shalom Aleichem. Okay. But so I responded to that, and this is what I said. I said, an indicator of a gynocentric society, and this is from my first book, by the way, an indicator of a gynocentric society is the empowerment of uniquely female failings and the fluid reengineering of net negatives into net positives. This is in response to the, you can't handle me, and therefore you don't deserve my best, right? It's a net negative, but it's actually a net positive, because the good thing that me being at my best is worth you suffering through the bullshit of my failings. That's what I'm talking about. The empowerment of uniquely female failings and the fluid reengineering of those net negatives into net positives. The message here is that women's best outweighs her worst. For guys, a woman's best, the best we'd like to enjoy, generally has to do with how hot she is and how exclusive sexual access and desire she has for us. However, there is an ubiquitous price to be paid in order to enjoy a woman's best. And sometimes her worst isn't worth her best. That's what I put down there in response to Zuby. Okay. And then, of course, this dumb bitch says, so basically, you care about is that she's hot and she'll have sex with you and she'll shut up and be friendly. I didn't say anything about that. Good to know. No wonder we women are walking away from men. Women are entire human beings without men. This is to your point here. Women are entire human beings without men. And maybe you should start treating us like it. We're not a role. No, I will tell you exactly why. And this is what I said to her. I said, where to go? Hold on, come back here. Then I said this. I said, women have become the men they want to marry. In becoming so, they make themselves into sexless, androgynous things, self-fulfilling, self-sustaining, with no need for anything outside of themselves. They are the ultimate end of their self-consuming solipsism. That is to the point, to the point that I was referring to. Which one was it? Let me see if I can pick that up again. This guy. I'm saying I don't need a man, I want a man. That's why. The reason why women don't need a man is because they believe that they're self-sustaining. They're self-sustaining. They're autonomous. They're things. They're androgynous, essentially androgynous, because they can be just as good a man as they can be a woman. Single mothers will say exactly the same thing. I don't need a man. I don't have to be. I'm a better father than any father. I can be a father and a mother, which is like ludicrous. In fact, it is probably one of the most damaging memes that has been foisted upon Western society since probably like the mid 60s. The idea of the empowered single mother. Again, I'm not shitting on single mothers. I'm shitting on the idea that we feed single mothers that they are somehow don't need a father. They don't need that masculine role model. They don't need that conventionally masculine model for their children to see. I'll say that since we're talking about Mother's Day and we're talking about like relationships and stuff like that, I'll go on record as saying this is like the single best thing you could do for your kids is have a father, a conventionally masculine father, and a conventionally feminine mother, and that stays together, that loves each other, that laughs together, that fucks a lot, that physically loves each other, blatantly loves each other. That's one. You want to say what's the secret of Rollo's successes in a marriage? That's half of it. Is that I love my wife and I don't like hide it. I don't hide it from my daughter still to this day. So I can't. I want something like you. I want that's hopefully she's got. She's married now, but of her friends, I think we're probably my wife and I are still together, and all of her friends, I think, with the exception of one, have all split up. And she realizes in her adulthood how rare the situation is between my wife and me. And now she does. Like when a kid's 12, when a kid's 10, they don't, it's mommy and daddy, right? They're in the shower again. That kind of shit, right? They don't appreciate that when they're young, but when they get old and they understand the sexual marketplace and they understand dating and they understand intersexual dynamics to a greater or lesser degree, that's when they start to appreciate the fact that mom and dad really like to fuck, and mom and dad really are in love with each other, and they're happy and they're fun and they like to they enjoy each other's company in many different ways. That is probably one of the best. You want to hear some relationship advice. That's probably the best way to raise kids right there. Make sure that mommy and daddy love each other, and then set that role. You got a conventionally masculine father and a conventionally feminine mother. That's going to set that kid up for a very good life and a very understanding, men and women. That there's your pontification for the day. But when we're talking about women who believe that they don't need no man, but they want a man, the reason why is because they think that they're autonomous. They think just like this chick. Oh, well, that's why women don't need men anymore, because, guys like you should just treat us like humans. No, human beings are male and female, not both. You're male or you're female. I hate to break it to you, but there's two sexes and two fucking genders. That's all there is. And so if you're one or the other, you're not, you don't have anima and animus, right? You are conventionally masculine, you're conventionally feminine, period. I brought this up when I was challenging Destiny on this shit. Destiny seems to he buys into this Jungian psychology bullshit where, men have this masculine energy and these have this feminine energy, and the masculine should be just a little bit above the feminine energy. No. Can it be that men have like 100% masculine and women have 100% feminine? Because up until recently, up until maybe the last 100 years, that's pretty much how we've run society. That was our basic presumptions, and it's worked pretty well. That was our predictive framework, and it worked pretty fucking well. And now, now everybody wants to turn gender into a fucking social construct. You kick out social constructionism, emotionalism, egalitarianism, and the blank slate. You kick out those four legs of the stool of anything, any wokesy like sort of ideology. You take away all those founding principles, and it collapses. You destroy emotionalism with empiricism. You crush social constructionism with like basic, like, again, empiricism, but like you destroy the idea of social constructionism and replace it with what it really is really more genetics. Say like nature versus nurture. It's nature. Destroy that. It's gone. Emotionalism, kill that off with the empiricism. The blank slate, which we already know is bullshit. We can do that. We can plot the human genome, and you can do that. Right? So you got, what do you have left? Social constructionism, emotionalism, egalitarianism. You destroy that with hierarchy, with basic conventionally masculine hierarchies. You destroy egalitarianism with that, with a merit-based hierarchical organization of society, a male-based organization of society. Gone. Everything, every last thing that you hear come out of wokesies, out of a liberal's mouth, is destroyed if you pull those legs of the stool out from under it. It's all you have to fucking do. And one of those things that collapses is the idea of anima and animus. All that goes away. Take away the blank slate, gone. Take away social constructionism, gone. Take away fucking emotionalism, gone. Good fucking riddance. Let's do something new. Let's move forward. It's the 21st century. No going back, baby. Go forward. So when women say, I don't need a man, I want a man, that's what I don't need a man, I want a man, based on those same 4 principles. You could destroy one of those and it collapses. But the idea is that women are autonomous, androgynous things. That and that's why they don't need anything. We're complete human beings. No, you're a female or you're a male. And when men and women are innately complements to one another. We're better together than we are apart. And the fact that you think anything other than that means that you have had some sort of conditioning that has made you believe that you are in some way autonomous and immune to any influences outside of yourselves, which is horseshit. So what do they default to? Well, if they have all the security, if they have the provisioning, the protection, the parental investment, at least the perception of it, that they have it or they could have it on their own, self-generated by themselves, the only thing that's left is alpha fucks. And that's the man they want. So they're happy. Like I'll wind it down here a little bit. I was going to say this earlier. I foresee this happening in the future if it's not already happening now. But I guarantee you there'll be something like DoorDash or like Uber Eats, but you'll order like the hot guy in the foam cannon party. Like there'll be like these frustrated women, and they won't resort to sex robots. They'll be a service, right? It'll be like, was it Dick Dash? Instead of DoorDash, it'll be Dick Dash. You ordered a dick, ma'am? Yes. Okay. You're scheduled for an hour. Let's get going. Take your clothes off. And they fuck them and they're gone. And then that's the man they want. They got everything else made. They don't need anything. They're autonomous. They're complete human beings. Okay, well, we will treat you as a complete human being. We'll ignore you. Well, why? You're complete. You're not looking for it. You don't need men. And men need to be needed. You want to know why men are purposeless right now? Because they're not needed. We're told anyways. It's not true, but we're told that we're superfluous. Or at least that's the attitude. That's the paradigm. Nice to have around, but you don't really need them. Until the floodwaters rise and we need somebody to save us, right? Until the house is on fire, we need some guy to go run in and save the baby. Then we need men. Then what was it? I think it was Tim Pool. I meant to say this when this happened, but do you guys remember when maybe it's still going on in New York City where like some guys were going around like just randomly busting women in the mouth? And like they were showing like women like their jaws all dislocated and a black eye and everything like that. Where's the man to defend us? How come men aren't here? And of course, every fucking black pill doomer and every schmuck is like, well, you get equal rights and equal loves, But the thing is like there's still this sort of innate expectation. So yeah, the TradCon guys are like, yeah, how come men aren't men anymore? How come they're not sticking up for these women on the New York subway while they're getting the shit kicked out of them? Well, because when they do, they go to jail first. And then second of all, like, why? Why would they do that if they could think? Now, there is an innate protector dynamic for men, but it's something that is being like conditioned out of men right now. Like, why am I going to do that? Why am I going to get between her? Like, was she mouthing off? Was she not? But the presumption is, and of course, what happens is all the woke or all the TradCons, and hell, I think even Tim Pool said this. So they just get what they deserve. This is what you voted for. I didn't vote for this. I didn't vote for getting punched in the mouth. Where's the men? How come men aren't living up to their masculine duties and defending us women from guys, random brigands coming along and busting us in the chops? You're a complete human being. Why would that even be a question? Shouldn't you be, as a complete human being, should you not be able to defend yourself? Aren't you packing? That's what a complete human being would do. He would certainly have some sort of, concealed carry. Does New York allow that? I think they do. Why aren't you taking Kali? Why aren't you defanging the snake and getting away? Why are you not taking Brazilian? Because, don't you believe all those Marvel movies and women can kick ass? Destiny's belief in a little more masculine than feminine in a man. I heard that on the old 90s sitcom Coach. Yeah. Don't go back and watch like 90s TV because it will really wake you up to like how fucking brainwashed, myself included, everybody was. Coach Fox's son-in-law said that men are 51% masculine and 49% feminine. That idea of blank slate goes way back. Yeah, it does. And it's Jungian common sense, right? People want to say that, because back in the 90s, it seemed like, oh, of course. Or that's the way a more perfected, more complete human being would be. If you have a penis, you're only 1% more masculine than being a chick. And ladies, if you have a cooter, and you're 1% more feminine than guys, because we're all blank slates, we're all the same. The plumbing's just different. The plumbing is just enough to bump the level up 1%. We have to fucking start thinking about things in a different way. Like, I hate this shit, man. I absolutely hate this shit where it's like guys to say, well, when's the pendulum going to swing back? And we're going to go back to Father Knows Best and leave it to Beaver and go back to the 50s and where women were women and men were men and they knew their roles. And that's never going to happen. Never. There is no fucking pendulum. You can learn from the past and carry it forward, which nobody seems willing to do, but there is no pendulum. You go forward. That's it. There is no road. You can't. This is a great quote from Dune. You cannot back into the future. You can't put the car in reverse and go forward, right? You cannot back into the future. You have to go forward into the future. And I'll tell you right now, we're still struggling with this, and in a lot of different ways. I see this again. Like I said this back in 2016. I said it in 2020. I will say it right now in this election cycle. I don't care if you're a Trump fan or I don't care if you're whatever fucking whoever's water you fucking carry. I do not care. We still are in this country. We are still trying to run an election in the 20th century, not in the 21st. So, you know what has been waking me up to that? The whole thing with diverting hate in these NGOs and the DHS and your taxpayer dollars being spent to essentially redirect my traffic to fucking Justin Baldoni, right? The fact that Progressive Victory, that Destiny is a part of, Not So Erudite is part of, Jasmine Jafar, Farah, Amy Dangerfield, I'm trying to think who else. All the chicks that, Pixie, all the chicks that are associated with Destiny are all on the take. They're all being bankrolled by Progressive Victory, which is a DNC PAC, a political action committee. Nothing that comes out of their mouths is their words. They are sock puppets for the DNC. You want to know why they had such a hard on for like trying to bring me down, or Donovan Sharp, or fucking MLD, or Myron and Fresh, or Pearl, or whatever? You want to know why they're demonetized and Destiny's like fucking on Fox News trying to talk about Palestine and Israel? That's why. Well, it blew my mind. I was just like, who on planet Earth would put Tommy Lahren and Destiny on Piers Morgan's show to discuss the geopolitics of Israel versus Palestine or Ukraine versus, who the fuck are they that they would get on those shows? You know who they are? They're political operatives bankrolled by fucking Progressive Victory, owned and run by Sam Drismala, who was by the way, also part of the campaign. I want to say he was part of the administration, maybe his administration of the Obama administration. So you want to know who owns these people? Look no further than Sam Drismala and Progressive Victory. Owns all of them. Nothing that comes out of their mouth shouldn't have an asterisk by it, right? Everything is. And by the way, if you're giving them a platform, you are the ones that are engineering your own defeat. Seriously, The only reason these guys want to be on Fresh and Fit or any other platform for that matter is because they need the audience, and they'll be happy to get it. And you'll be happy to be an idiot about it and give them a free fucking platform. Don't do it. Oh, I don't understand why Trump got defeated. Yeah, well, half of a good portion of that might be because they've been buying influencers. They buy influencers because you know what? They don't have to. An influencer doesn't have to say this podcast, this interview is a paid political advertisement from the Biden administration. I'm Joe Biden and I approve. That doesn't have to happen for influencers because that's a 21st century way of gaming the fucking system. At least you want to know why the Republicans are going to fail, because they are still running things from a 20th century perspective. They just simply don't know. But you know who does know? The DNC, Diverting Hate, the DHS, these NGOs, fucking Progressive Victory, and God knows how many others, because they're buying influencers. Even fucking Farah. You know what? I gotta give her props. At least she's fucking like stepped up and said, fuck these guys. Because apparently it got too much. Apparently they wanted to say shit that she doesn't really believe in, and probably she makes more money on OnlyFans than they're giving it to her. We need a red pill pack. Yeah, should I make one? Conservative victory, red pill victory. I would do it. Maybe I can get some funds from the DHS, right? Or maybe I can get some taxpayer dollars, loaded up. But they don't have to. They don't have to. They're employees. Destiny's an employee of Progressive Victory. Not So Erudite is an employee. They're getting the money. I go look at the documentary. There's literally a documentary that just came out last week on Progressive Victory. And who's in it? Jasmine, Jafar. I don't know if Farrah was in it. Pixie. Fucking Not So Erudite. Destiny. I forget the other guy's name. There's some of these other kind of like mealy mouth man bun influencers, and they're all there and they're canvassing, and they show them going around knocking on doors and like, oh, here, have a brochure for Biden or whatever the fuck it is, right, in Minnesota. And it's ludicrous, because I think they're probably trying to do this because they're trying to soft sell the fact that they've had these Progressive Victory have had these people in their back pockets for a long ass time. So, they're really doing good work. They're going door to door. No, they're influencers with millions of people following them on their platforms. Going door to door is just there for looks. That's fucking crisis acting is what that fucking is. They go on shows like Fresh and Fit. They go on shows like Piers Morgan. They go on these shows because if we can turn a guy like Destiny into fucking Henry Kissinger, like he's an expert on geopolitics. No, he's not. He's a fucking carpet cleaner from Minnesota. But if Progressive Victory wants him to be Henry Kissinger, he'll be fucking Henry Kissinger. He'll be whoever they want him to be. I'm sure he'll be an expert on fucking auto mechanics if they wanted him to be. And he'll be on the next big show for that too. Same thing with Not So Erudite. Same with, like, they're just running interference at this point. So, like, if you're having these people on your fucking show, but think twice about that, because you're engineering your own defeat in come November, and they're gonna laugh all the way to fucking bank doing it. Why is Mark? I think you mean Mike Sartain interviewing Jasmine Jafar. After all we know, there is nothing beneficial to learn from her. Well, now you know. Now you know. Actually, there was something beneficial to learn from Jasmine Jafar. We found out that she was actually in the back pocket of Progressive Victory, and most likely, although Farrah took the fifth, right? I have the video I could load up, but if you watch that, I think it's like the last like 5 or 10 minutes of the video with Jasmine Jafar and Farrah. I specifically I gave Mike this question. I said, can you, because she had been on, forget what the other interview was, but she had mentioned that she had been being paid by an agency for the DNC to influence and get behind certain political candidates and certain political messages. And she wouldn't say who the agency was, right? Which by all suspects, since Not So Erudite's there and Jasmine's there, I was betting that it was Progressive Victory. So I had Mike ask her what was the agency, and she literally said, I take the fifth. I don't want to ruin anything. I don't know if she's in like some sort of lawsuit or whatever with them, but apparently there's been some falling out with an agency that essentially bought her as an influencer. And again, it's, bravo, respect the hustle. They don't have to, the DNC doesn't have to say this is a political advertisement. It's just an influencer giving you their opinion. But if they're bought, now they're giving you an influence and an opinion that is bought and paid for. Like I said, they're sock puppets, but they don't have to reveal that they are actually sock puppets. So if they can go on these shows and they can be on there and they can fuck, like the one thing, by the way, like if you listen to the recent interview of Sam Jasmala, who is the head of Progressive Victory, they say as much. Like they wanted to take down the red pill, the influencers in the manosphere, because they believe that people like me, people like Donovan Sharp, Myron and Fresh, that are in the manosphere proper. I mean, look at the shows that they were on. They did a circuit. It was Myron and Fresh. It was whatever podcast and any other Alex from Playing with Fire, which is kind of ridiculous. But like they like Destiny and the rest of these girls, they only did those shows until this year, and now they're doing shit on like Israel, Palestine, climate change. Then that's when you see Destiny, who's just getting like completely tabled by Jordan Peterson of all people. That's why he's doing those things. That's why he's doing high profile stuff like this. That's how he gets on fucking Lex Friedman. That's how he gets on because the progressive PACs it doesn't have to be anything about the red pill. He could talk about like geopolitics. He could talk about Israel. He can talk about climate change. He can talk about whatever, and people will take him as a fucking expert because the fucking money's behind him, because the Progressive Victory is behind him. That's why I was just dumbfounded that they would put him on with Tommy Lahren on Piers Morgan. And he's been on other ones. He's been on Fox News. He gets run up the flagpole on Fox News. He's just there to look bad, but it doesn't matter because it's one of their guys that's on that show. And people will get behind it. What was this? The same Mike Sartain, dude. FYI, dude, you do know his name is Michael Sartain. That interviewed Pearl. Yeah, he interviewed Pearl. I voiced my disapproval of that too. Right? I'm not going to tell him who to work with and who not to work with. I don't work with Pearl. I would never work with Pearl. And quite honestly, I don't see why anybody else is either. Honestly, I think she's probably paid for as well. But I don't know. When I see her on Fresh and Fit, I got to fucking raise an eyebrow. Because I would not ever have expected that. I would not ever have seen them together. And quite honestly, I don't think she brings anything. I don't think she improves the show. I don't think I know that Myron and Fresh, like for some guests, if you want to get on the show, you got to pay to be on that. She's not paying to be on that show. Sneeko doesn't pay to be on that show. I would wonder if now that I know that like certain influencers are bought by, PACs, like is it possible that Sneeko has been bought by a PAC? Is it possible that Pearl is owned by a PAC? I don't know which ones. I'm just speculating here. I don't know. What we do know is that the people who are associated with Destiny are most definitely owned by PACs. So Pearl claims to love her. Yeah, no, she doesn't. She just is. She's evil. That's all. Of course she's going to say that. She can't say anything else because pretty much everything that comes out of her mouth is just like, a copy paste of my book. She has to say that. I'll tell you right now, like if you work with Pearl, if you think Pearl is like, if you think she's, in any way an honest broker of any sort, you just haven't outlived your usefulness to her. Once you outlive your usefulness, then you're done. Yeah. Yeah. She is probably the single worst thing that's ever happened to the Manosphere. And the sooner she's gone, the better off everybody will be. Because she's just, and honestly, I think probably after the election cycle, I think she's going to fade. I don't think she's going to, where else is she going to go? What else is she going to do? I kept thinking that maybe she would pivot to something else. I don't think she can. I think she can pivot. I don't think she could pivot to anything and be taken seriously. I think she's going to fade. I think probably by December or January of next year, I think she's probably going to fade. Because it's over. It's done. It's played out. Hell, half of these shows are played out right now. It's just the same shit. Oh, by the way, I do want to point something else out though. I gotta give it up to my girl Icy. Icy kicks ass. Icy's fucking hardcore, man. Yes. Yeah. Pearl is a woman in the red dress. Yes, she is an agent. Pearl is just good at using people. She's a shit human being, is what she is. And there's very few people. There's only one other person I would say that about. That you probably know who I'm talking about. But Pearl is definitely on par. She's a shit human being, and is a user to the point where it's like she doesn't care. Like, you want to talk about psychopathy? She has a psychopathy that I don't think people can really see. Because she's got this country bumpkin kind of naivete that people kind of think, oh, she doesn't know what she's doing. She's just this poor kid who's just thrown into this. And she doesn't, she can't help it. But I like what she says occasionally, blah, 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 blah. All that shit is very, very calculated. And she knows it. Trust me, after all the bullshit that went down with Daily Wire and all the shit, all the shenanigans and all the backdoor shit she did by the way, I knew every fucking step of the way. Everything that she pulled in that, all it does is just confirm everything I've ever said about her. She will do anything, absolutely anything. And again, she is probably the worst net negative for the Manosphere. She's literally the reason why people get turned off to the Manosphere who otherwise would find some sort of benefit in it and might even save their own lives. Seriously, that's how fucking dangerous she is. She is a human piece of shit, is what she is. I'd love to have you on a podcast for shits and gigs. Okay. Who? What podcast? It can't be that successful a podcast if you're giving me $1.99. Or can it? I don't know. All righty. Let's see. I think that's it for today, guys. We're at the 4-hour mark. And I have to go do a show tomorrow. I'm going to do a show with Tiffany tomorrow. Tiffany happens to be in town, so I'm going to go with Tiffany Fox, who, by the way, just got a new grill. She got her teeth fixed. She took my advice and got her teeth fixed. I'm very, very proud of her. She sent me a picture. She's like this. She's smiling. It's not for internet consumption, but she did get her teeth. She got her grill fixed, man. That's awesome. She didn't get the boob job. She got the teeth fixed. That shows wisdom. That shows intelligence. She got her grill fixed. I'm happy for her, man. That's fucking great. So Jesus, do I have everything up here? I don't, do I? Bear with me 1 second here. I'll say so. Anyways, just a last round of announcements here. I will be in Miami, as I said before, and I am going to be I'm going to do my annual fishing trip. So if you happen to be in Miami during that time, I would love to have you. I have 3 slots open on the ship, on the boat, on the fishing vessel, and gosh, what are we going to catch? I think I see them catching a lot of tuna, but they've been getting into billfish too. So I have seen a few marlin that they've been pulling in. But if you don't get seasick and you would like to be on it, please hit me up, email me, and there it is, sound drops. And let's see where I wanted to play this on my way out, but I can't do it yet. Miami's come. Oh, if you want to know what shows I'm going to be doing, I'll be on Fresh and Fit. I will be on Adam Sosnick's show. That'll be on Thursday. And Thursday is also going to be the day that we do. Mike and I, Mike's going to be with me on all of these. So Fresh and Fit will be, I want to say Wednesday. And then Thursday we'll be doing Sosnick, and we'll be doing the Danza Project as well. And then what else are we doing? Oh, and then Fresh and Fit again on that Friday, but that will be the Friday after the fishing trip. My fishing trip will be on the Friday morning. And then we will be at the, where else will we be? Did I get this on here? I'm just trying to see if I've got these things loaded up here. Give me 1 second. I can't believe I didn't put this one. I didn't load this one over already. Where do we go with that? Sorry, I'm trying to find one thing on my backup here so I can show you. Oh, it's all right. Got it. Okay, good enough. So, yeah, that'll be the Thursday Sosnick and and Danza Project. Danza Project was a lot of fun last time. I'm glad we're doing it again. I finally got in touch with Miguel, so we have a definite time. Those are both in Fort Lauderdale, so that'll be a very long day for us. And then White Party. Well, the White Party for Babes in Toyland. If you are looking for that, go look up the Babes in Toyland on Instagram, and you'll see all of the women that are there. This is like the premier event. Like this is the event that all these chicks want to go to. So you got women who are FHM models, you got Maxim models, you got legitimate porn stars. You got a lot of the girls have been on Access Vegas, so it's going to be fun. I'm actually going to know probably 90% of the girls that are there because a good portion of them have been on our show. So that'll be a lot of fun. I have a new outfit. I have a new white outfit on which to wear. So with that said, I think that's about it for today, guys. So thank you for watching, and I will see. So next week I will be flying back on the 19th, and so therefore I will not be able to do a live show, but I'm going to do a pre-record for you, and hopefully I'll be doing it with Tiffany, so you get to see that on Sunday when I am coming back home. So there'll be a premiere, a pre-record for Sunday's show. And let's see. When are we doing Fresh and Fit? We're going to do Fresh and Fit on Wednesday and then again on Friday. So we're doing it twice. Probably, I think we'll probably do an interview, and we'll probably do at least a couple of the after-hours show. So we'll be doing that as well. So that's going on. Yeah, well, it's a white party, man. It's who came up with the white? Was it Drake that came up with the white party? Who was it that came up with the white party? But it's fun. It was a lot of fun last year. It'll be at the if you want to know where it's at, it's going to be at the SLS in Hyde Beach in Miami. So if you happen to be around there, you can check it out. What's this? On a high note, that girl on the thumbnail, no guy would boink. I think you'd be surprised who would boink her. And on the word boink, I will let you guys go. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you again I guess next week. So peace.
I feel like I just took a bath in battery acid.
It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What to expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by when open like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night.
All right.
But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. You could have better my life.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stuffing with her hair. Like she's calling you Kelly.
Well, I'm a whore.
Why me? Ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song, getting nasty. Working up and down on your body. Why me? Ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song, getting nasty. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again?
He's not a Christian. No.
Maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
Fuck it. I'll be right now. All right, today. Welcome for Registered. Don't feel my
You lose! What face it? I feel like I just took